Hey, everybody! Welcome to another study stream. It's your boy, it's Joe. How we doing? Oh, we are here, folks. We are here. Hope you guys get a kick of my little Joey Santa slaying in the background, dropping deliveries off. He's getting started. He's getting ready. You know? All right. I whipped that up real quick right before we started. I threw little Joey Santa together real fast for everybody to get a kick out of. I love doing this stuff. I'm thirsty. Boy, I had a long night. Last night was the first night at the overnight job. Oh man. Woo. You know what's funny? I'm actually more awake than I have been the last couple nights. But we'll see how much concentration I got. So, yeah. So as you guys can see in the title, we're gonna do. I need to personally do another review of Chapter 11, just because again, a couple of 2 days ago this stream, I did a really piss poor job at doing that review on that chapter. So I feel as though not only do I owe it to myself, but I owe it to all of you guys to do a better job at presenting. Well, just reviewing it. I need to review it because I went back and looked at it last night, and I'm like, man, I really need to hammer down on this chapter to really to get this knowledge, embedded in my head. And I kind of did another quick review on it, and I did a review on chapter 12 as well. And I guess where I kind of was getting confused is chapter 11 is covering private IPv4 addresses, and then chapter 12 goes into publicly routable IPv4 addresses. So that's kind of like the broad baseline of those two chapters. So again, we'll do a quick review of chapter 11. If we have time, we'll get into chapter 12. I also want to do some more subnetting stuff. We're gonna have to subnet till our subnetting little brains fall out of our heads here. Just because of how important it's going to be for the exam. That we crush subnetting. I don't want to look like a buffoon on the exam. I don't want to go in there ill prepared to be able to sufficiently be able to subnet questions that they're going to ask me. So I got, instead of getting Photoshop up, I ended up resetting my computer after the stream, and Photoshop came back up. That's how I was able to make little Santa Jojo. Little bit of Photoshop, a little bit of After Effects, a little bit Premiere Pro, all thrown in together. Makes a cool little thingy that flies across my screen. So yeah. So I got Excel up tonight though. So we'll if anything we'll work through the process again, but we'll work through it on Excel. That way, it'd just be a neater place to do it. You know what I'm saying, where it can make a little bit more sense. So because we kind of touched on subnetting yesterday. What I kind of want to do is I have the Pearson subnetting quiz up. We'll take the easy. We'll start off with the easy. again, and then we'll progressively get into the harder ones. We'll whiteboard it, okay? Because I am a physical learner. You know what I'm saying? If I can physically animate something somehow, that turns into making those connections in my brain, that I can retain that knowledge longer and better too. Like it sits somewhere better in my brain. So we'll swing over to the whiteboard scene. We'll get on the first thing we'll do is, like I said, we'll jump on the subnetting quiz. We'll go through, I believe like the first, I haven't done it yet, but I believe like I can set it up to like 25 questions, and the easy subnets. So that'd be slash notation 8, slash notation 16, and slash notation 24. Those are the easy subnets, just because so there's always, so in 8 there's one octet full of binary zeros, and then the last 3 octets are binaries. There's one octet full of binary ones, and the last 3 octets are full of binary zeros. Binary slash notation 16. The first 2 octets are full of binary ones. The last 2 octets are full of binary zeros. And then slash notation 24. The first 3 octets are full of binary ones, and then the last octet is full of binary zeros. So it makes subnetting a lot easier, because remember the rule, when we have an octet full of binary zeros, that ID, the subnet ID, those zeros, it takes away those placeholders from that initial address and turns it into zeros, and that's how you find the subnet ID. And then you fill all the rest of the octets with binary ones, and then that's how you come up with the subnet broadcast address, and then you minus 1 to come up with the last address, and then to find the first address in the subnet range, you just plus 1 to the subnet ID. So that's why those are the easy ones, because there's only 4 steps generally involved with that. So again, but we'll get that up on the board, and like I said, sometimes me animating it and actually physically doing it somehow always like it always, like I said, it always implants that knowledge better into my mind, in your mind. I still didn't add the viewer counter. I keep forgetting to add the view counter. I love the view counter, because that way I can see all my YouTube folks and all my Twitch folks all at the same time. Still can't see how many people view it live on Facebook, but if you are viewing it live on Facebook, thank you very much. I know some of you guys have been viewing it live on Facebook, and there's been a whole group of you guys viewing it live on YouTube. So thank you very much to my YouTubers. Thank you very much to my Facebookers, and most definitely thank you very much to my Twitchers. I love every single one of you guys. And I appreciate the continued support. As again, this stream has continued to develop, and you guys have been so awesome and so welcoming. And let me just say this: I guess I want to. I guess, yeah. I guess I'll apologize. I'm becoming more and more busy with everything continuing to develop. But the thing is, it's always good developments. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good busy. It's not a bad busy. So that's good. But I just ask that you hope you guys understand. If I just seem to just be popping up just to get these streams done, it's because I'm legitimately, my time schedule is getting me to the point where I just have enough time to just do what I need to do to get these streams up, and do these streams. But again, these streams are important to me. They're important to my studies, because if I didn't obligate myself to do these streams, then I wouldn't be obligating myself to do these studies. So it's like it's a streak that's going both ways for me. and I love it. I love it, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. I hope you guys are continuing to again. I would love to hear that I spiked the interest, or possibly even maybe explain something in a certain way that you guys may have learned something from. So yeah, given all that, that's pretty much yeah, like I said, I started the overnight shifts last night. I'm going in right after the stream's over. I'll be getting ready to go back into to work tonight. I'll be working. I think I'm working all the way through the new year too. So I'm gonna be a busy little boy. That's fine though. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I'm saddled up. You know. As for college they gave me a this week they took a break, so that kind of alleviates some of that stress. But I got a couple papers due on the 5th. No big deal. I already got them mostly already done, and I've been working like intermediately on them. But then I only have one more week of that English course, and then it's on to the next course, which is, I believe, humanities. I'm not too sure how that's going to be, but I'm looking forward to it. So college, just to give you guys a quick synopsis, college is going well. I'm still holding a 4.0 grade point average. So I'm still pretty stoked about that. You know, this will be after this class, after I finish this English class, this would be 3 classes down, putting me at 19 credits so far. Because of my military career, I was able to. They gave me 13 credits. They gave me 13 credits. Was it 13 or 10? It was either 10 or 13. I can't remember. I'm brain farting all of a sudden. But yeah. But enough about that. How's everybody doing out there? Hope y'all are doing good. Hope everybody's safe. Hope y'all are ready to learn tonight. Appreciate y'all coming out again and hanging out with me as my beard gets crazier. I'm gonna have to trim this thing. It's growing like a weed. All right, let's get ready to rumble. All right. Turn on this thingamaboober. I'm gonna have to open up my window. It's getting hot again. Let's. Alright, that's good. I still haven't fixed these, oh man, I don't even have Epic Pen up, do I? Epic Pen's been breaking on me. Let me open up Epic Pen real quick. Work today or what? Alright. Yeah, so I haven't even fixed these yet, guys, so sorry about that. If you guys are looking up here, man, I apologize. I'm gonna have to fix these. I don't know. I was gonna try to fix them right before the stream, but again, I kind of, like I said, I'm kind of just like running to the point where I'm running right to the edge of getting these streams right. Holy schmulligans! Fuck, excuse my language. I got one of those blinds that you pull and they shoot up, and it went boo, it went boo, like the old timey man, how do I say that? It was pretty funny. Thingy up there. Get you out of the way of that. Get you over here. Up, ready, cooking with gasoline, yeah. I'm out, baby. All right. Forward real quick. All right. Let's get into it. This. All right. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. So we're gonna start off with the easy. Oh, cool. This has a whole bunch. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick here for a little while, guys. Just so we can go over it. And let's choose the easiest one first. Let's start out. Let's just dive right into it. All right, so we got 10. All right. What is the subnet ID? What is the subnet ID of the subnet containing? All right, so let's write this down. My pens, my thingy's ready. So the subnet address is, let's write down the subnet mask first. So it's 255.255.0.0, right? So our address is 10.116.14.1. Cool. So what is the subnet ID of this address? So like I said, when we have in our subnet mask, when we have binary zeros, so this is representing by 1111, 1111, 1111, 1111, 0000, 0000, 0000, all right, so this is slash notation 16. So that's the subnet slash notation prefix, all right, that is 16, all right. So the two first octets here are full of binary ones. Now remember, 8 binary ones equals 2 for 5, okay, 255, all right. So 2 for 5, 8 binary ones, okay, 2 for 5, 8 binary ones, all right. And then the last 2 octets are full of all binary zeros, all right. So 8 binary zeros obviously equals 0, all right. All right. So the first rule is when we have our subnet mask 255.255.0.0, what to find the subnet ID, all right, what we do is we take these, all right, these are going to be now zeros, okay? So these two octets out of the address, okay, out of the IPv4 address, to find the subnet ID, these two are going to become zeros. That's one of the rules, okay? So then we take the 10, and the 116 doesn't change, okay? All right? So our subnet ID is 10.116.0.0. All right? So let's choose that answer. Okay. What is the subnet ID for this one? All right. All right, what's our subnet mask? 255.255.255. So this is the slash notation 24. So let's write it down again. 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, dot 0. All right. Again, remember, these two first octets are 1111, 111, 1111, 1111, 1111, 1111, 1111. 00000000. Okay, and then this is the slash 24 subnet mask, because if we count 8, 16, 24, that's how we're getting this prefix, this slash notation prefix length. Is we're counting the binary ones from left to right. Okay, from left to right, okay? Not from right to left, from left to right, okay? So 8, 16, 24, okay? That's how we get the 24 slash notation prefix number, okay? All right? and then since these are all zeros, obviously you don't add that to the prefix length. Okay. Now, what is our address here? So we have 10.81.171.95. Okay. Now again, what's the rule now? So the rule is to find the subnet ID. It's looking for the subnet ID, right? So we're going to simply say, okay, since this is all binary zeros, this is 0, so that gets crossed out, okay? So our subnet ID is 10.81.171.0, okay? And that's our subnet ID, okay? Choose that answer. All right, next one. What do we got? 252525. Cool. Same thing again. 25 25 25 .0. And our address that we're looking is 172 224 55 .8118. Okay. And again, so what we're gonna do is remember. So since we have a 0 here, this is going to be a 0, okay? 55, all right, 24, all right, 172, all right? So 172, 24, 55, 0 is our subnet ID, okay? Let's do it again. And what's our subnet ID? 255.255.0.0, and our address is 10.254.207. What's that? 155. 155. All right. Now again, what's our rule? Now this is just our rule. This is the first stage to subnetting. Okay. So we're not right now. It's not having us go finding the first address, last address, broadcast address. This is just having us find the subnet ID, which is fine. This is going again. This is the baby steps. We're baby stepping. Okay. So again, what's the rule, everybody? When we have octets, with all binary zeros, to find the subnet ID, it's very, very easy. It's just these octets in the address come to a 0, okay? And then 245, this is 245, and then this is 10, okay? So these remain the same, all right? The 255, those remain the same, okay? With these binary zeros, these turn into 0 now, okay? So we got 10.245.0.0. All right, got another one. So again, doing this physically, it helps me, and it may help you guys retain this into your knowledge bank. So what do we got? 255.255.255.0. And what's our address? 10.1777, I mean, my apologies, .55. 99. 99? Yeah. So again, last octet is full of binary zeros, so that turns into a 0. This stays 55, 77, 10. Okay? All right. Do it again. Two five 255.0.0 and our address that we're looking for is 10.14.25.36 And the way I'm kind of writing, if you're seeing how I'm writing it, guys, is I'm writing the octets in the same area. So this, it's like how your teachers used to yell at you when you're younger, when you're doing probably like math or something like that. It's trying to keep it neat. All right. So I'm keeping the octets contained within themselves. Okay. That way, when I'm physically looking at it, all right, I can make those correlations to everything. Okay. So again, what's our rule? When we have octets with all zeros, these turns into zeros. Okay. We're finding the subnet ID here. So 14. Okay. This octet is full of all binary ones, so that remains the same. Same thing here. This octet is full of all binary ones, so that remains the same. So our subnet ID is 10.14.0.0. Okay, let's do it again. One, 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 0. And our address is 172. 20. 155. 179. Okay. Now again, what's the rule here? We take this. This is going to be a 0 now. Those are all full of binary ones. That stays the same. All full of binary ones. That stays the same. 172. So 172.20.155. We're going to get fast at this. We're going to get extremely fast at this, guys. But we don't want to make mistakes, but we need to get fast at it. Okay? Like I remember on the test itself, you know, when it comes to these easy ones, these are the ones that, you know, that are going to help us make up time once we get to the harder ones. So 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 0. Okay, and what's our address? 172. All right, 225.135.65. Okay, again, 0, 135, 25, 172. All right, so 172, 25, 135 is our subnet ID. All right, next one. And what do we got? 245, 245, 245.0, 245, 245.0. And our address is 172.203.201.201. That was playing tricks in my eyes for a second. So remember, all binary zeros turns that into a 0. All binary ones maintains the same. All binary ones stays the same. All binary ones stays the same. So 172.23.201 is our subnet ID. Very good. Last one. Okay. So we got 2 for 5, 2 for 5.0.0. 2 for 5. 5.0.0, and our address is 10.119.64.177. Okay, again, same logic. All these have binary zeros in it. So the last 2 octets on the address is 0.0, and then this one, 119, all binary 1, so that stays the same. All binary 1 stays the same. So our subnet ID is 10.119.0.0. Beauteous. We win 1,000. We win 1,000. We win 1,000. Woo 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 woo. All right. Let's do another exam. I'm curious. Let's go with quiz 10. Even I want to see what it says most difficult, and we're going to keep it on easy. I just want to see what changes on that. maybe it'll have us do the full finding all the broadcasts, stuff like that. Let's see. So we got 10 questions. Okay, cool. So here we go again. Let's get this started now. So what is our address? Our subnet. Let's start with our subnet mask first, okay? Subnet mask first is 245.255.0, 255.255.255.0, right? And what is our address? It's 11.0.255.14. All right. So let's find our subnet ID first. So remember, this octet's full of all binary zeros. So this turns into a 0. This octet is full of binary 1s, so this stays the same. This octet is full of binary 1, so that stays the same. Okay? This binary octet is full of all 1s, so that stays the same. So our subnet ID is 11.0.255.0. So that is our subnet ID. All right? So to find our broadcast address, all we need to do is we just go back to our subnet mask. We fill this with all 8 binary 1s, turns that into a 2 for 5, and then we don't hold on. Let me take that back. We don't change our subnet mask. We don't change our subnet mask, Joe. All we do is we take our host portion of our address. So this is our host portion of our address. All right, this is our host portion. All right, that's our host portion of our address. All right, I'm going to take what I just did up there back, okay? What we need to do is we're taking the host portion of our address, and we got to fill that full of 8 binary 1s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay? Now, what does 8 binary 1s equal? Equals 2 for 5, right? All right, so our broadcast address for this subnet address is 245.0.11. All right, so it's 11.0.245.255. Okay, so our subnet ID is 11.0.255.0. Our broadcast address is 11.0.255.255. Okay, so 11.0.25.0, and then we have 11.0.255.255. Oh, olive burrs, I biffed that one. All right, I didn't biff it. I just didn't put it correctly in. All right, let's do that again. And next time, I'm going to look how I put my numbers in before I press enter. Joe has fat finger disease sometimes. All right. Do that again. So we got 2 for 5. 2 for 5. .0.0. All right. And then our address is 10. 2 for 5. .11. .1. Okay. And then to find our subnet address, remember we take these are full of binary zeros, so this is 0.0, all right, 2 for 5.10, okay, these are binary 1s. Now, all we got to do is we're going to take this host portion, all right, we're going to take these 2 octets out of these host portions, so we have 2 octets. We're going to fill those with binary 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay, so that's going to be 2 for 5. 2 for 5, 2 for 5.10. So our broadcast address is 10.245.245.245. Our subnet ID though is 10.255.0.0. Okay. So 10. Let me make sure I'm pressing all the buttons right. 2 for 5. Oh, almost did that again. .0.0. And then 10.2 for 5.2 for 5.2 for 5. All right. Next one. And what is our subnet mask? Is 255.255.0. So slash notation 24. 255.255.255.0. And what's our address here? Is 10.255.255.1. Okay, again, subnet ID. All we're doing is this is full of all binary zeros, so this turns into a 0. 255.10. Now to find our broadcast address, remember, all we're doing is we're taking our host octet out of our subnet ID, not our subnet, not anything like that. It's our host octet out of our subnet ID. All right, and we're gonna fill those with 8 binary ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, or we're just gonna fill it to how many more it can take. All right, so again, that's gonna get us to the answer 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 10. Okay. So 10.2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. All right, that's 0. And then 10.2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. All right, next one. So what do we got? 255, 255, 255.0. So 255, 255, 255.0, and 9.255.0.100. Subnet ID, remember, all zeros equals a 0, 0.0, 0.25, 0.9. Now all we're doing, it's just in this. It is just in this octet. Okay, it's in this octet in the host bit. Okay, so this is the only host bit. This is the only host. These are the only host bits that we have in this subnet ID. So again, we're just going to fill it with. We have room for 8 binary ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turns this into a 2 for 5 now. Okay, .0, .2 for 5, .9. Okay, so our broadcast address is 9.245.0.2 for 5. All right. Nine dot 2 for 5.0.0, and then 9.2 for 5.0.2 for 5. All right. Next one. Two for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 0, and our address is 172, 27, 0, 21. What's up?
Some knocking again. There's something shaking that.
Oh, that's just me.
I'm hearing knocking from the front door.
Are you? Hold on, everybody.
I mean the back door. The door over there. I heard knocking.
That's again, come back, okay? Thank you, Max. Sorry about that, everybody. Little boy was just making sure that nobody was trying to come into our house. All right. So again, let's find our subnet ID. So our subnet ID, remember, this octet in our subnet mask is full of all binary zeros. So this octet in our address turns into a 0.0.27.172. All right. Binary ones, binary ones, binary ones. All this stays the same. These octets in our address all stay the same. This octet all right, and our address turns into a 0, okay? Now define, because this is our host bit, all right? This is our host bit or interesting octet, whatever you want to call it. You can call it interesting octet or host octet, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now to find the broadcast address, all we do is we fill it now with as many binary ones as it can take, okay? So it's totally empty. There's enough room in this octet for 8 binary ones, so we give it the 8 binary ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 8 binary ones always will equal 255.0.27, all right, .172. So 172.27.0.255 is our broadcast ID. Our subnet broadcast ID, I mean. So 172.27.0.255. Okay, next one. Okay, so what is our subnet mask? We're always going to start off with the subnet mask, okay? So 255.255.255.0, and our address is 19127.108.46. Okay. Now again, 0, so that'd be 0, 108.127.19. Okay. Now let's find our subnet mask. We're gonna fill this with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'd be 255.108.127.19. So 19, 127, 108.255 is our subnet broadcast ID, broadcast address there. All right. So 19, 127, 108.0, 19, 127, 108.255. All right, next one. All right. Start off again. Subnet mask 255.0. Our address is 10. For what is it? 10.0.47.213. Okay. Again, all binary zeros in the last octet turns that to a 0. All binary ones maintains that a 47. All binary ones maintains that as a 0. All binary ones maintains that as a 10. So our subnet ID is 10.0.47.0. And then on our very last octet, again, since we have room for 8 binary ones, we're going to fill with 8 binary ones in the host bit here, host or unique octet, whatever you want to call it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 binary ones will always equal 255. Okay? All right. So 47.0.10. So our broadcast subnet broadcast address is 10.0.47.255. What did I do? Did I do a boo boo somewhere? Oh, I wrote the subnet mask wrong. Yeah, that's what I get. Dummy. That's what I get for. My eyes are playing tricks on me. All right, let's keep going. That's why we're doing it. All right, that might get us on the quiz, so we got to pay attention to what we're doing. I wrote that subnet mask wrong, so 255. 172.25.0. That's right? Yep. Okay, so 172.32 dot 25 dot, what is that, 14? All right, so again, this octet is all full of all binary zeros, so that turns that to a 0. This maintains a 2 for 5. This means it's 3, 2. This remains a 172. All right, and then we come over here. We fill this with all binary 1s. All right, so 2 for 5. Dot 2 for 5. Dot 3, 2. Dot 172. All right. One 172.32.25.0 172.32.245.25. All right, last one. Next one. Here we go again. 25. 25. 25. 0. Right. Yeah. Okay. And now I've got to make sure I'm double checking myself again. And dot 0. Dot 1. All right. 190. 190.0.0. And then 190.190.0.2 for 5. All right, excellent. Do it again. 25. 25. 25. 0. Address is 10.0.0.200. All right, so 10.0.0.0. Broadcast is 10.0.0.25. Right. All but that one that I oofed on. I oofed it. All right. All right. Now let's touch on, you know what? How many will that give us? I wonder how many that would give us. All right, we'll go with 20 questions. All right, so now we're going to have a whole range of questions now. Let's figure it out. All right. Like I said, we're going to have to be subnetting till our fingers bleed. So 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 0. Our address is 172.24.55.118. Okay. What is it looking for the subnet ID? So it would be 172.24.55.0. Okay. 172.24.55.0. Select it. All right. It's looking for the subnet ID. Let's do it again. So 255.0.0. Make sure I'm writing it right. All right. Address is 10, 14, 25, 36. All right. So 10, 14.0.0. All right. Subnet broadcast address now, guys. Make sure we're reading these questions right. All right. Subnet broadcast address, and the address is 255.25.0.0. Right? Yep. .0.0 / 16 prefix notation. And what's our address? Is 999.139.89. All right. So let's just find our subnet ID. So that's 999.0.0. So these last two host bits, we're going to fill all binary one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 25. All right. 99.9. What is the subnet broadcast address for that address? Okay. Again. Okay. So what do we got? 252525. So slash notation 24. Prefix notation. I apologize. Keep saying that. Prefix notation 24. And our address is 172.31.200.100. Okay, let's find the subnet ID first. 172.31.200.0. And then we're going to fill this host with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 25. 200.31.172. Okay. What is the subnet ID? Subnet ID. Okay, let's find it. Okay, what's our subnet mask? Prefix / notation 24. So 25.25.25.0. What's our address? 172.16.33.108. Okay, 172.16.33.0. Okay, there's our subnet ID. Excellent. Uh, 252525. So prefix notation 24. All right, address 172.31.116.201. Okay, what is it looking for? The subnet broadcast address. Okay, so 17. Let's find the subnet ID first. 116, and then 0. Let's fill this last octet, the very last octet, the host bit, the unique identifier, the unique octet with 8 binary ones. So that'd be 25.116.31.172. Okay. All right. What is it asking for? The subnet ID containing that address. Okay. That's contained in that address. Let's find it. Okay. What it is our, so we have prefix notation 16. So 255.0.0. What's our address? 101.44.231.32. Okay. So 101.44.0.0. Remember, the last two octets in that subnet ID are full of all binary zeros. So these two last octets in our actual IPv4 address, to find the subnet ID, they turn into binary. They turn into zeros. Okay. So there's our subnet ID. So it's 101.44.0.0. Okay. Next one. All right. What are we looking at? Prefix / notation 24. So 25.0. And the address is 191, 108, 180. 169. 158. And what are they looking for? The subnet ID. Okay, so 191, 180. 69.0. That is our subnet ID. Okay, what is the subnet broadcast address? Okay, what do we got? We got slash notation 16, so that's 255.0.0. Okay, and our address 10.214.83.61. And what are we looking for? The broadcast address. So let's find our subnet ID first. So 10.214.0.0. We're gonna fill these last two octets in our subnet ID. These are the host octets. Let's fill those all with binary 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 214.10. So 10.214.2 for 5 is our subnet broadcast address. Okay, next one. Okay. And what do we got? 24 slash 24. Yep. So 25, 25, 25, 0. Address again 131 and 171, 243, and 108. What are we looking for? The subnet broadcast address. Very good. So let's find our subnet ID first. So 131, 171, 243.0. Again, we're going to fill this very last octet with binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's going to give us the 2 for 5, 243, 171.131. All right. 131, 171, 243, and then 2 for 5. All right, very good. Keep going here. All right, what do we got? 25, 25, 25, 24, and we're going to be looking for the ID and the broadcast. All right, so 25, 2 for 5, 2 for 5. 0. Address is 172.30.222.24. Very good. All right, and so our subnet ID is 172.30.222.0. And then remember, we're going to take this very last whole bit. We're going to fill binary ones. Okay, 255, 222, 30, 172. So 172. 30.222.2, and then 2 for 5 is our subnet broadcast address. Okay, now subnet broadcast ID is 172.30.222.0. 172.30.222.0, and then 172.30.222.255. All right, next one. Keep going. Right. Slash 24, 26, okay, 25, 5, 5, 0. I hope you guys are starting to understand where we're going with this. 222, 24, right, 66. Let's find, so what are we looking at? The subnet ID and the subnet broadcast. So 10, 222, 240, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 25, 24, 222s, 10. All right, so 10.222.224.0 is our subnet ID, and then 10.222.24.25 is our subnet broadcast address. So 10.222.24.0, and then 10.222.24.255. All right. Do it again. We're in the slash notation 24, so 22 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, dot 0, and then our address 103, 243, dot 111 dot 1139. All right. Again, 0111 243 dot 103. All right. Find our subnet broadcast address 12345678255 dot 111 dot 243 dot 103. Alrighty then, 103 243 11 dot 0 3 243 1 dot 255. Okay, keep going. All right. 5 5 5 0 and then 165 39 8 23. All right, subnet ID 08 39 165, and then broadcast subnet ID 65 39 8 and then 255. I'm on. Hot mess, guys. Hot mess. I'm not going so slow because I'm trying to make sure. Want to become famous? Buy your viewers. No, I don't want that. Get out of here, you bum. All right. Let's keep it going, everybody. All right. So what do we get? So it was 24, subnet mask rotation, 255, not 25, dot 0. And what's our address? 522137 and 67. All right, very good. So let's find our subnet ID. So 522137.0. Remember, this turns into a 0, okay? And then we're going to fill this octet with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turns this to a 2, 5. All right. 372152. All right. 52.21.37.25. Input right? Yes, I do. All right. Keep going. Remember, guys, this is the easy subnet masking, the easy subnetting. I'm going to say that again. Easy subnetting, okay? Because all of our octets end. There's an end to each octet, all right? Either they're full of all binary ones or they're full of all binary zeros in each octet. That's why this is the easy subnet netting, okay? We haven't got into the hard subnetting. We will. So here we go. So what do we got? 252525 5. And it's not that hard. It's just one more step that we're going to have to perform so we can get our answers correct. Okay, so 66. All right, this isn't hard. As you guys can see, we're breezing right through this. And if you have any questions, guys, please make sure you guys hit me up in the chat for any questions. All right, remember, so this octet full of all binary zeros turns out to 0. This remains the same because all these are binary ones. This remains the same because this is all binary ones. And this remains the same because all binary ones. Remember, now we're going to take the host octet. All right, we're going to fill it with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This turns down to 25, 236.66.104. All right, now that's our subnet broadcast address. All right. So 104, 66, 236. That's 0. And look at that. I was writing in space somewhere. The space of my computer. The emptiness. I think I'd be faster at typing, but I'm using my little handy schmandy little keyboard, and the buttons are so tiny. I don't want to be. That's how I messed up on that other one. I have a great idea for anybody who's interested on. Come on, Joe. What'd you finger jam? Ah, that's what I finger jam. See, that's what I put. Ah. If anybody's out there, if anybody has any creative talent, I'm looking for somebody that'll make a bigger a bigger one, possibly just all numbers, but has, you know, maybe a better mousey pad on it right here. But I love this though. I do think it's awesome. I just wish there are different ones on Amazon. But if they were just the buttons were just a little bit bigger, I wouldn't have such an issue, I guess. So that's it. That's my qualm of the day. As you can just saw, I messed up again, and I'm over here trying to take my time, and I put one more period than there should have been a period. All right, so what do we got? 2 for 5, 2 for 5, dot 0, dot 0. Okay. So this is slash notation 16. Our address is 75 157 94 10. All right, let's find our subnet ID first. So again, these two octets all have binary zeros. So this turns into a 0. This turns into a 0. This one remains the same. This one remains the same. All right, now let's fill up. We have two octets in the host octets. Okay, so we got to fill those all with binary ones now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That turns into a 2 for 5. 2 for 5. Dot 157. Dot 75. All right. All right. Keep it going. What is 2525 dot 0 dot 0, 16 again, so 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 0 dot 0, okay, and 81, 2 4 5 dot 98 dot 221, okay. Let's find the subnet broadcast ID 245 dot 0 dot 0. Now 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 5 2 5 245 81. Okay, there we go. Eight 1 2 4 5 dot 0 dot 0. 8 1 2 4 5 dot 255 dot 255. All right. Keep this lesson going, Joey. Keep it going, Joey. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. All right, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5. 24, 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 5. Not 0. All right, 10. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 1. All right, let's find the subnet ID. So that's 10. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 0. All right. Now we're gonna fill this last octet, the little host. This is the host octet. We're gonna fill that with binary 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now it's gonna be 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. Dot 10. Last but not least, 252525. All right, very good. 24. All right, address 1102514. Okay, again, let's find the subnet ID. So this has all binary zeros, so this turns into a 0. This remains the same because this is full of binary 1s. This remains the same because it's full of binary 1s, and this remains the same because it's full of binary 1s. So there's our subnet ID. Now let's take the very last octet in the subnet ID. This is the host octet. So we're gonna fill that with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 255.25.0.111.11. I love it. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. Alright, if it wasn't for that one little extra period, we would have had 1,000. Alright. I think. How long did we just spend on that? We spent about an hour on that. We spent about a good hour on that. That was just the that's the easy one now, guys, okay? And to I guess elaborate on how to write it, you should write it in the fashion in which I was writing with. You write the subnet, the subnet mask first, then the address. That way you can figure out what's the next step from there. All right. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some more water real quick, guys. Okay. Hold on. All right. Yeah, you can just get that done for me, honey. Tonight. 9 o'clock. What? No, I'm going at 9.
No, not that.
I did tell you that.
Mommy said he wants going in 10.
Huh?
Mommy said he wants going in 10.
Mommy says I have to go in at 10.
Yes.
Let me see if my night bot's working. Yeah, night bot's working. Cool. Let's see. Let's check the weather. Hey, there's the weather. You guys can check your own weather too if you guys are interested. So all you would have to do is weather, and then say LA. That didn't work. How did I build it? Oh. There we go. Oh, that didn't work. How did that work? Oh, my weather. Is it my weather? That's what I think I did it as. I think I did it as my weather. There you go. So that's the weather in Boston right now. So, exclamation point, my weather, and then wherever you all live, show me you guys' weather. Pretty neat. Oh. Thank you. Coffee's. I'm get myself a little coffee delivery on. All right, let's get back to it, guys. All right. Now, all right, let's. Just trying to think of how I want to do this next. Let's do this. Let's go back to reviewing the chapter now. All right. So let's go back, and we're just gonna skim, but we're gonna still review. We gotta do our due diligence. Oh, do exclamation point my weather, a dub, and then Honolulu, and then it'll show it. No, exclamation point my weather. Like, yeah.
Piece of cake again.
There you go. So what is it in Honolulu? Ooh, it's 79 degrees. Ooh, boy.
Daddy,
Yeah, I was working on my Nightbot skills. There's a couple more commands. If you do, I think, if you do exclamation point command, I think it'll show you all the commands that I built, so you guys can play around. I'll be making some more too. So
have a piece of candy.
you want some candy? Only one piece. Okay. Hey, there you go. I I gave you a virtualized hug there, E-dubs. I gotta play around with more Nightbot. All right. All right. So let's it's freezing outside. You might need a jacket. 79 degrees outside. I'd be sweating. All right. All right. Chapter 11. Perspective IP4 subnetting. Okay. So we did review this, but I need to do the due diligence and do it again. And we're not gonna waste our time with the fluff in this. There is some fluff in this chapter, so I'm gonna kind of skip all that. All right. And all right, so let's just go to the chapter review. Host A is a PC connected to a switch and assigned VLAN 1. Which of the following are typically assigned an address in the same subnet as host A? Okay, let's come along here. Let me make this a step bigger. All right, so for one, the local router wide area network interface, nope. The local router LAN interface, yes. Let's do that. Oh, you guys got my awesome message. I love that. That's on a timer. And all hosts attached to the same switch, no, because they can be off in different VLANs. What's up? What's that? And then D. Oh, thank you. It's coffee time, A-dubs. Grab your coffee. I don't know how you like your coffee, but I take mine like the good Lord himself made coffee. Straight black, baby. From the bean to my cup. Good coffee. All right. So, it shouldn't, like I said, if there was other hosts attached to that switch, we don't know if those hosts are different VLANs. And in different VLANs, you can already set different subnets and stuff like that. So D, all hosts attached to the same VLAN, also on VLAN 1. So let's go with that. I like my coffee from Starbucks. Oh, I love coffee from Starbucks too. It just gets a little expensive sometimes. What was it? My one of my wife's friends just recently sent us some. It's called Death Wish coffee. You've probably heard of it. And boy, it's a good. Again, I drink my coffee straight black because I like to actually taste how the coffee tastes. And when you do that, out here on the East Coast, we have, you guys probably have Dunkin' Donuts is out where you're at, because Dunkin' Donuts now is across the world. I remember Dunkin' Donuts started off in Massachusetts, where I'm originally from, and the coffee used to be decent coffee. Now these days, Dunkin' Donuts is like water coffee. So drinking, Starbucks is really good, but this Death Wish coffee that my wife's friend, like I said, sent us, boy, it was decent, real decent coffee. You could taste it real good. All right. Question 2. Why does the formula for the number of host bits 2 to the power of h, okay, minus 2, okay? So 2 to the minus h, 2 to the power of h minus 2 require the subtraction of 2 hosts. So what we're removing from that equation, okay, we're removing the subnet ID, okay. Oh yeah, I love dark roast all the way. This is I think I grabbed at Walmart. This right here is 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock dark roast Italian espresso blend. I usually grab the whole bean and ground it up myself. I just feel when you're grounding up whole bean, because I've been using a French press for a while now. I don't know why. I just love the way coffee tastes out of a French press. I don't know. People call me strange and weird for doing it, but I love it. I just think the coffee tastes richer when you put it in a French press. That's just me. All right. So what this equation is requiring, it's requiring us to remove the subnet ID and then the subnet broadcast address. Okay, so the subnet ID and the subnet broadcast address. Okay. So what do we got? To reserve for the redundant default, nope. To reserve two addresses required for DHCP operations, nope. To reserve addresses for the subnet ID and the default gateway, nope. To reserve addresses for the subnet broadcast address and the subnet ID. Okay, so 2 is D. All right. A Class B network needs to be subnetted such that it supports 100 subnets. Close my door before my monkeys get too loud. My monkeys are gonna drive me crazy. The Class B network needs to be subnetted such that it supports 100 subnets and 100 host subnets. All right, host subnet. Which of the following answers list a workable combination for the number of network subnets and host bits? Choose 2 answers. Okay. So let's take a look at what we got. Let's go with B and C on this one. And this is not good because I'm guessing at this one. Okay, and that's why I need to really review. That's why I have to personally review this chapter one more time, because if I have to guess on an answer, that just tells me I'm not fully confident on how that question is asking of my knowledge. So, all right, which of the following are private IP networks? Okay, which of the following are private, not public, private IP networks? Choose 2 answers. So 4, 172.31. That's private. That's private. So we can go with A. 172.32. Nope, that just exceeded that range. 192.168. That's also private. So C. So it's A and C on that one. 192.1, no. 11, no. Okay. All right. Which of the following are public networks? Choose 3. Public networks. So I can already see. So 5. I can see a couple already just by looking, glancing. 172.30. That's private. C is private. D. And then E. All right, those are all public. These are publicly, these addresses, publicly, these are publicly routable addresses, okay? Publicly routable, okay? That means that's an address that the, so what the IEEE, and we're gonna. That's why again we have to get back on this chapter, A-dubs, is because when I reviewed this a couple days ago, again I wasn't feeling too hot. I was having a really rough day, and I kind of just went through this really fast. I didn't retain anything really from this, but I already know somewhat of what this chapter is pertaining to, and that's what this chapter is going to explain to us. I believe first it's going to talk about private addressing. So the IEEE, I want to say, and again we have to get into this, they created a standard where they needed to have a portion of private addresses in comparison to publicly facing addresses. Okay, so a private address, that's in the range, private address is in the range of the 10. It starts, one of them, here, I'll give you, so reserve range. So here's one from the RFC 19. So this is one. So I'll write this down for you. All right. So RFC 1918. Yeah, 1918. All right. This is reserved. These are the reserved private addresses. So this is the range 10.0.0.0. All right. To 10. What's that? Yeah. Okay. 2.5.2.5.2 for 5. Okay. So this is the one of the first ranges. So this is a huge address range, and this is what you'll find this range on like most enterprise networks is when they're using the 10 dot network. Okay, because that 10 dot network is, I mean, you're talking. Let me see. I had the figures before, but you're talking the range. I believe you're talking like 16. I believe it's like 16 million addresses, or 16,000 addresses. I believe it's 16 million, if I'm not mistaken. I had it all written down before, but we're gonna get into that. So you'll see the 10 dot network on most enterprises, and then the next one is 172.16.0.0 to the range of 172.31.2.25, right? 25.25. All right, so that's the next one. And then the next one, this is what you'll see on most, like most houses, 168.0.0 through 192. Yeah. I just want to make sure I'm giving everybody the correct information. 172.25.25. All right. So these right here, RFC 1918. This is the these are the reserved. All right. These are the reserved private addresses. So these are the for the land. So the local area network. So these are the local area network address ranges. So you have the 10 dot, all right, the 10 dot to the 10.25.255 network, and then you have the 116.0.0 to 172.31.252525. Now, okay, big, super big, okay, super duper big, and then this is smaller, still big, but smaller, okay, all right, and that's how we get these. These are the private address ranges right here, okay. And you can go on the you can Google the RFC 1918 and it'll give you all that information right there. But this is what this chapter I believe is gonna talk about. Great question, Nate. I appreciate that, man. Or gal. I love questions, especially ones like that. All right. So let's erase these. All right. Let's go on to question 6. Before Class B networks 172.116, okay, .0.0 is subnetted by an engineer, what part of the structure of the IP address in this network already exists in what specific size? So what part of the network already exists in what specific size? Choose 2 answers. The network and the host. Network and host. Yep. Let's go with A and C. A network engineer spent some time thinking about an entire Class B network 172.16, and how to subnet that network. He then chooses how to subnet this Class B network and creates an addressing and subnet plan on paper, somewhat like we did last night when we created that topology in Packet Tracer. And A-Dubs, I don't know if you were with me last night, but we made a quote-unquote subnetting plan before we created our topology. We identified, and I think I saved it. Just make that disappear for a second. Where did I put it? Did I put it in here? Oh, I have nothing crazy in here. That's just how I create all my funny stuff. So this was the subnetting plan that we created for Packet Tracer when we were doing our stuff. So we identified this was going to be our wide area network link. So that was the link between the serial link that we had from the router that was quote unquote the internet, okay, and then our edge router. So we had a quote unquote internet router, and then we had our edge router, okay, our edge router that was facing the internet, and then we had an inside. Well, how did I called it? And then, I mean, the terminology I was using last night was pretty close to accurate. Is our inside, our local outside. So we had a local outside addressing that was from the edge router to the routers going to our local networks. Okay, so we had that local local outside addressing, and we did that by we had a switch. We didn't give that switch an IP address, but what we did was we assigned VLANs off of the router, the edge router's interface that was performing DHCP for those local inside routers, okay. And then we also had a server farm, and that server farm it gave DHCP services for Area 2 and Area 3. On Area 1, that router itself was allocating addresses dynamically, and that was actually a pretty fun time in Packet Tracer last night. What we did, but what we did was we wasted a heck of a lot of addresses creating it. The way we created this subnet plan. As you can tell, everything is in the is in the 24 prefix subnet notation, which these ranges are huge. Okay, these are huge ranges. All right, and I'm wasting thousands and thousands and thousands of addresses in between each actual link. All right, as a network engineer, you wouldn't per se, oh, thank you, A-Dubs. I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. So as a network engineer, you wouldn't, you would make your network ranges a lot tighter, all right? Thank you for the follow. That way you wouldn't be wasting so much in between those links. So you would choose like the subnet mask, 28 or 32, all right, where you're only you're losing just a small portion of possible addresses within that network group. You know what I'm saying? But this was just a high level demonstration of how to perform subnetting fast and easy. So this was the fast and easy. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. So yeah. So again, this was just a fast, easy subnetting plan. What the plans are is to, once we get through these next couple of chapters, is to go back into that topology. And I did save that, but it might have my Windows VM. It's acting goofy now, so I have it up again, but I'll have to log back into it. I hope it saved it, but we'll find out. If not, we can just create it again. But what I'm saying is, I want to get back into it and do it correctly. Do it in the way that an actual network engineer would design an enterprise network, so we're not losing X amount of addressing, and we're being smart, and we're doing some forethought about how to allocate addresses. Oh, say this zone, this area only needs quote unquote maybe 75 to 100 addresses. Well, let's do the math. Let's figure out what's how what should be that address plan for that area, so we're not giving it too many addresses. All right, so we could possibly be losing somewhere else, or B, not giving it that area enough addresses, so it potentially limits their growth. Okay, so that's kind of like the plan. Again, I'm baby stepping. I'm baby stepping down to the lower levels of how to get into the real nitty gritties of everything. So yeah, so that was yesterday. So and that's why we really nailed subnetting on the board this morning to, again, nail this into my head, because I want to make sure when I get to this CCNA cert exam, I want to just blast right through this. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want to be wasting time and getting hung up on subnetting. All right, I'd rather get hung up on harder questions as we get into, OSPF or whatever else we're going to be getting into. So I'd rather have subnetting down and waste, not waste, but spend more time trying to really think about harder questions. So, all right, question 7, let's review it one more time. All right, a network engineer spends time thinking about the entire Class B network 172.16.0.0 and how to subnet that network. He then chooses how to subnet this Class B network and creates an addressing subnet plan on paper, showing his choices. And if you compare his thoughts about this network before subnetting and the network and to subnetting the network to his thoughts about this network after mentally subnetting the network, which of the followings occurred to the parts of the structure of the address in this network? Okay, so what happened? So I don't want to scroll down too much because I don't want to see the answer. The subnet part got smaller. The subnet part really doesn't matter to the structure of the address. Okay, that's just what defines how the address is going to be. That's just defining where that address falls into in that zone. The host part got smaller, yes. All right. The host part is continuously getting smaller. The network part gets smaller, no, because you're not affecting the network part. The network part will always stay the same. The host part, no, it wasn't removed. The network part was removed. So we're going to go with B. The host part gets smaller because as we're subnetting down, we're subnetting, we're going into a fashion, 172.16.0, and then we're just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because this is these are the 8 binary zeros that we have to subnet out. You know what I'm saying? We also, obviously we have 8 in here as well, but just again, keep it high level. So we're taking parts away from it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. Let's take another part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take another part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take another part. 1, 2, 3, 4. So on and so forth. All right. Then we get down to the very bottom of, this would be the very last address, obviously, that we have to be able to subnet. All right. So this is again in how, obviously, the thought behind how subnetting and how it works. We're the only part we can utilize is the actual host part. Okay, this network part, this will always be the same. This is our constant, always our constant. Okay, and then we have our, all right, in this address range, the 172.16. All right, again, if we had, if this was the address 172.16.0 /16 notation, so we have these as our host parts. Okay, all right. That's the thought behind that. All right. All right. Let's go with what do we say? B. All right. Let's check out how we did. All right. BD. Cool. Cool. AC. AC. ADE. AC. And then B. Now the one again. There was one that I guessed on, and I don't like guessing, and it's 3. I don't like guessing at all on these. So this right here, this is where I have to. This is where I needed when we get to this part in the chapter that I need to mentally work out on how to come up with this these answers. All right, so let's continue on. Let's get into it. Introduction to subnetting. I'm not going to read again. I'm not going to read the fluff in this chapter. I'm going to stay away from that. I don't care for the fluff right now because we already went through it. All right. Subnetting defined through a simple example. Okay, let's start here. An IP network, in other words, a class A, B, or C, is a set of continuously numbered IP addresses that follows some preset rules. These class A, B, and C network rules define that for a given network, all addresses in the network have the same value in some of the octets in that address. For example, the 172. So there we go. So the 172.16. So the 172.16, the constant in this address range, okay, will always be the 172.16. That's our constant, and that's what it's stating right there. So there's rules that define how these addresses are working, okay? So octet, remember an octet, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in each IPv, this is IPv4, there's 4 octets, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, all right? In each one of these 1, 2, 3, 4 octets, all right, there's 8 binary bits. 8 binary bits in each and every single one of these octets, okay? Giving us a total of 32, all right? 32 binary bits, okay? 32 binary bits, all right? All right. Let's continue reading on here. For example, the Class B network, yep, constant. That begins with the 172.16, yep, all right. And so on through to, again, so on until the final, that final address range is 172.255.25, okay? Cool. All right. A Class A network, the 10.0.0.0 includes all the addresses, again, that begin. So again, that constant 10.0.0.0, that constant, as we're going to continue on, is our constant will always be the 10. The 10, that octet, the first octet in that network, all right, this is our network bit. So that's our network bit. That will always maintain the same. These other octets, okay, these are our host octets, okay? So we have 3 host octets, okay, giving us a total now of 24 host bits. So we have 24 host bits, okay? That's what we've given. So we have 8 network bits, 8 network bits. In this scenario, okay, 8 network bits, and then 24 host bits in this address range. But the constant will always be this 10. What will change will be the host bits, okay? But it will maintain under this network scheme. Okay. Okay. All right. An IP subnet is a simple subset of a class A, B, or C network. In fact, the word subnet is a shortened version of the phrase subdivided network. So the shorthand, so subnet is just a shorthand of subdivide. So we're just subdividing this given address. So we get given an address, and all we need to do, we just need to figure out a way to subdivide it, and we subdivide it by utilizing the other bits that are left over in the host portion. Okay. For example, one subnet of a Class B network 172.116.0.0 could be all IP addresses that begin with the 172.116.1 and would include the 172.116.1.0, 172.116.1.1, 172.116.1.2, and so on and so on and so forth, up through to the range of 172.116.1.255. Okay? Another subnet of the same Class B network could be all addresses that begin with, again, what they've done with this example is they added, all they did, we have our first, remember, so this is our constant, okay? All we've done is we've added to the next octet over. We say, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this octet now a network bit. Okay? So now what happens is the 172.116.1, now this will be the constant. This will be the constant, this will be the network now. Okay? We're just subdividing this network, adding a portion, saying, okay, now this is network now, okay? And then our very last octet, okay, will be all host, okay? So now what we have is we have 8 binary bits that are allocated to the host, okay? And everything off to the left now. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3 octets. That's 24. All right, 24 bits for the network. All right, this can't be changed now. This is the constant. This is the constant. Okay, constant now. This will continue to change. So we have from 0 to 255. Okay. Now, remember we have to remove. This will be the 172.16.1.0. That'd be the subnet ID. And then 172.16.1.245. That's the broadcast address. Okay. So we can't use these two addresses. So our first address will be 172.16.1.1. And then our last address will be 172.16.1.254. 254. So we have this range right here. Okay. Quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry about that. Wife just wanted to just tell me she's gonna be on her way home. She got let out early, woo-hoo, so I don't have to worry about trying to rush to work tonight. All good. All right. All right. Let's continue. All right. We're doing real good. So again, here is a great depiction of kind of like what we did last night. So we have one range, so the 172.116.1. Okay, now that's covering this area. Okay, the 172.116.4, that's covering this area, this interface to this router's interface. Then we have the 192.16.5. Again, that's covering this area. Okay, now we're getting into this, and then remember, so when you see these like lightning bolt type depictions, this is representing like a wide area network, a serial link between like a ISP to us, you know what I'm saying, to your home, to your enterprise. Okay, so this represents like the internet. Okay, so this is the internet. Okay, this is probably another office off some other state, and then this is, you know, going to an office maybe in Texas or you know, Hawaii, or whatever the case is. Okay, so this now range, we have the 172.16.2. Okay, all right, I'm on Betsy. All right, and then we have obviously another one. So these are all what we've taken is we've taken the 172.16 initially. Okay, all right, we've added another octet to that network. Okay, so then we can further manipulate that out to separate we can subdivide that even more. Okay, all right, let's continue on. All right, class B, the first three octets are equal. Yep. All right, the design shows 5 subnets for each one of the 3 local area networks, and each one for 2 WAN links. The small text notes the rationale used by the engineer for the subnets. Each subnet includes addresses and the same value in the first 3 octets. Okay, so exactly what we've been talking about. All right, operational view versus design view of subnetting. Most IT jobs require you to work with subnetting from an operational view. All right, that is someone else before you got the job design how the IP addressing and subnetting would work for that particular enterprise network. You need to interpret what someone else already has chosen. So that's just saying that, you know, if the company is an established company and you're not the first IT, you know, guy, the first network guy to touch this network, you are now interpreting what Joe Schmo already had designed and created for this enterprise. So you have to digest that information and be able to understand what he or she has done already and be able to work with that, you know. To fully understand IP addressing and subnetting, you need to think about subnetting from both a design and operational perspective. For example, figure 11.1 simply states that all these subnets, that the first 3 octets must be equal. Okay, must be equal. Why was that convention chosen? What alternative exists? Would those alternatives be better for internetwork today? All these questions relate more to subnetting design rather than operations. Okay, cool. To help you see both perspectives, this chapter focuses on more of design issues before moving through the entire design process. For the purposes of introduction, the bigger picture of IP subnetting, the next 3 chapters each take one topic from this chapter and examines it more closely, but more from a operational perspective on how to use those ideas in real networks. So chapter 11, again, focusing on the design. Chapter 12, 13, and 14, the actually operational perspective of how this subnetting is going to work. Okay. The remaining three sections of this chapter examines each of these steps listed below. Analyzing needs, subnets, host subnets, one size subnets, design subnets, choose one network, choose one mask, list all subnets. Plan implementation, subnet through the location, static IP, DHCP ranges. You know how much I love DHCP. I love me some DHCP. All right, I spread that DHCP love all over my networks. I do it every time. I hate statically addressing. I hate it. Statically addressing is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I swear I'm gonna write to the founders of DHCP and tell them how much I love them. Man, sorry. I gotta consume as much caffeine as possible before I go to work tonight. Last night, well, I don't want to say last night was rough, but boy, yeah, afterwards it was just like, oh man, I was just so wiped out. So just something I gotta get used to again, working the overnights. I haven't done it in quite a long time. All right, enough of that. Analyzing subnet and addressing needs. This section discussed the meaning of 4 basic questions that can be used to analyzing the address and subnetting needs for any new or changing enterprise network. Which hosts should be grouped together into a subnet? How many subnets does that internetwork require? Okay, how many subnets does that internetwork require? All right. How many host IP addresses does each subnet require? So how many host IP addresses does each subnet require? Will we use a single subnet size for simplicity or not? And that's kind of what we did last night. Why would you statically configure your network when DHCP does it all for you? Exactly. I love DHCP. I love DHCP. I hate statically addressing anything. I do. Every time I try to statically address anything, I screw it all up. That's why I let DHCP do all the work for me. Yeah. That's why I've spent so much time, I mean, it cost the last couple ones. I've spent so much time trying to figure out how to create DHCP Linux service. So I figured that out. I can do that in Ubuntu and Fedora. I can create DHCP on those 2 platforms. I think I got, yeah. So I created a DHCP server on pfSense. That's pretty easy. But then doing it on Cisco network devices. I figured out how to get DHCP on Cisco network devices. I love me some DHCP. I couldn't live without it. All right. Rules about which host are in which subnet. Each device that connects to an IP internetwork needs to have an IP address. These devices includes computers and used by end users, servers, mobile phones, laptops, IP phones, tablets, network devices, yada yada yada, firewalls. In short, any device that uses an IP to send and receive packets. All right, so pretty soon our toasters and our coffee makers, they're all going to have IP addresses on it. It's coming. They already have smart refrigerators now. So next is they probably already have a smart coffee maker. I just haven't got hip to that yet. All right. Note, in a discussion of IP addressing, the terms networks has specific meaning at Class A, B, or C IP network. To avoid confusion with that use of term network, this book uses the term internetwork and enterprise network to refer to a collection of hosts, routers, and switches, and so on. Okay, so it's just clearing up some of its wordage terminology. Very good. The IP addresses must be assigned according to some basic rules and for good reason to make routing work efficiently. IP addressing rules group addresses into group subnets Those rules are as follows. Okay. Key topic. Let's focus on this one. Addresses in the same subnet are not separated by a router. Let's say that again. IP addresses in the same subnet are not divided by a router. Okay? That rule will always be true. Always be true. Obviously, you can manipulate things. You can always manipulate things to do whatever you want, and I've done it before. But the rule is here's a router. Here's a router. Okay? You're not going to have 172.16.0.1/24 off of this interface. All right, and addresses in that range. Okay. And then you're not going to have that same address range, all right, 172.16.0.1/24. You're not going to have that same address range divided by a router, okay? That's no-nos. That does not work. It does not work like that, okay? All right? Each router is its own local area network. So this interface on this router is its own local area network. This interface, all right, is its own local area network. This interface is its own local area network. So we have two interfaces that are facing each other. They're in the same network. Those two interfaces, they're in their same network. So they need their own address ranges, okay? But this interface over here is its own local area network, okay? So that's why you don't divide an address, the same address range between two routers. No-nos. Okay, that's a rule. All right. Addresses in different subnets are separated by at least one router. So exactly. So we have a router. We have two different address ranges. So 172.16.1. Whatever. 172.16.2. Whatever. Okay. But you got to remember, we still need something right here though. Okay, because this is its own local area network, so we need a 172.16. Maybe 3. Whatever. Okay, right here. Okay, but this is where we do the slash. You know, we can do a /32 or /28, depending on how many other links are combining in here for future development and whatnot. So that hopefully we're going to get into there very shortly. And there you go. There's an actual image. So I didn't even have to draw what I just draw because there's an image right here. All right. So Figure 11.3 shows a general concept of which host A and B are in one subnet and host C are in another. In particular, note that host A and host B are not separated from each other by another router. However, host C is separated from host A and B on another router. They must be in a different subnet. Cool. All right. The idea that hosts on the same link must be in the same subnet is much like the postal code concept. All mailing addresses in the same town use the same postal code. Zip code in the United States, addresses, all right. So addresses in another town, whether relatively nearby or on the other side of the country, have different postal codes, okay? The postal code given to the Postal Service are better. The postal codes gives the Postal Service a better ability to automatically sort the mail to deliver it to the right location. For the same general reason, a host in the same local area network are in the same subnet, and the host in a different local area network on a different subnet. Okay, same concept. These guys, they're on their own. They're in Boston. Okay, these guys are in Boston. This link in between, we're gonna call that. We'll call that Worcester. Okay, so this is Boston. This is Worcester. Okay, and then over here, this is Providence. Okay, all right. So yes, they're close to each other, but they all have to have different subnets. All right. That way we know where we're at on all of them. Okay. All right. Note that the point-to-point wide area network link in the figure also needs a subnet. So this link right here, okay? Figure 11.3 shows R1 connected to the local area network on the left and to a WAN subnet to the right. Routers 2s connects, okay, to the same wide area network. To do so, R1 and R2 will have an IP address on their wide area network interfaces, and the address will be in the same subnet. So these will be in the same, again, like I was saying, this is their own, this is a WAN link, but again, they have to be in their own local area subnet, okay? All right. Now, this isn't the perspective of not the internet yet. We're getting close to that. All right. So on and so forth. All right. An Ethernet WAN link has the same IP address needs with each of the two routers having the Okay. The Ethernet LAN in Figure 11.3 also shows slightly different style of drawing, uses a simple line with no Ethernet switch. Drawings of Ethernet LANs when the details of the LAN switches does not matter. Simply shows each device connected to the same line. Yep, okay. This kind of drawing mimics the original Ethernet LAN cabling from switch to hubs exists. Okay, cool. Let's continue on here. Finally, because the router's main job is to forward packets from one subnet to another, routers typically connect to multiple subnets. For example, in this case, router 1 connects to the local area LAN on the left, and one on the WAN on the right. And so to do so, R1 is configured with two different IP addresses on one per interface. So it has, so on this interface, we'll say this is gigabit 1-1. This is gigabit 0-0. This interface has that local area network range. Okay. This interface has its own network range. So you can obviously, depending on how your topology is, you can give that whatever that subnet is going to be. Okay. For example, in this case, these addresses will be in different subnets because the interfaces connect to the routers to different subnets. Okay, cool. All right, we're doing really good. So determine the number of subnets. This is where I really need to focus my mental capacity on. Okay. To determine the number of subnets required, the engineer must think about the internetwork as documented and count the locations that need subnets. To do so, the engineer requires access to the network diagram, VLAN configuration details, and details about the wide area network link. For the types of links discussed in this book, you should plan for one subnet for every. So one subnet for every. So we need a subnet for the VLANs, we need a subnet for the point-to-point serial links, and the internet wide area links. Okay, so that's how we got to be thinking. Okay. All right, let's read the note real quick. Other than when technology outside the scope of the CCNA exam topics allow subnetting options other than one subnet per pair of routers on a WAN on the WAN as shown here. However, this book uses point-to-point WAN technology, serial links, and Ethernet WAN links that have one subnet for each point-to-point WAN connection between two routers. All right, that might be discussing on, because so on a router interface, there's also sub interfaces on a router, and you can get into sub interfaces and start really getting into nitty-gritty kind of configurations and doing that. I can manipulate those. I don't know everything about sub interfaces just yet. I know how to manipulate into VLANs. I know how to encapsulate over VLANs with sub interfaces, and that's really neat. But that'd be more. We'll get into more of that too. For example, this image that the network planner has on Figure 11, on which to base the subnet plan on. Cool. So remember, what would need to happen is we need a subnet here. All right, we need a subnet here. We need a subnet here. We need a subnet here. All right, same thing here. We need a subnet here. We need a subnet here. All right, we need a subnet here. All right, so in all we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 7 actual subnets to be able to make this network routable. Okay, we need to think about what kind of design do we need. Okay, so over here, again, depending, you don't know everything from this description. I don't know everything, but we have our edge router, all right, going out to some switch that's going out to some wide area network, the big internet, all right. This interface, this is probably the publicly facing IP address that we're getting, that the company is assigned, or the ISP has assigned us already. So this link is probably already been configured by the ISP. All right, so this is our edge. All right, but now we're in our inside. This is like our local outside network. So this would be representing our local outside. Okay, all right, and now this is where we have to create our plan. Okay, so we have a couple of links. Okay, now we might want to plan for a little bit of growth in this type of topology. So we might not want to just say, let's only break out an address range that only allows for 4 to 6 addresses. Let's maybe give it 10, just in case we have growth later on. So we might want to plan for a subnet range that has 10 IP addresses for further expansion on. Okay, so that might be the subnet range in which we start planning out these links, and then we break those links off to their own subnet ranges, and so on and so forth, until then we come to these areas. And then these are like our local inside routers. This would be our local facing interface that goes to their, obviously like our main switch that then goes off to all of our PCs and printers and IP phones and whatever and so forth. But this would be our LAN. This would be our local area network. And then we have to then, as the network engineer, design or create a subnet range that gives us X amount of IP addresses for that office, for that that corporation building, or our restaurant, whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's take another swig of coffee here. All right. All right. The number of subnets required cannot be fully predicted with only this figure. Certainly, 3 subnets will be needed for the WAN links, one per link. However, each LAN switch could be configured with a single VLAN or multiple VLANs. Okay, you can be certain that that you need at least one subnet for the LAN on each site, but you might need more. Okay. Next, consider the more detailed version of the same figure as shown in 5.11.5. In this case, the figure shows VLANs. Figure shows VLAN counts in addition to the same layer 3 topology, the routers and the links connected to each router. Okay. It also shows the central site has many more switches, but the key fact on the left, regardless of how many switches exist, is that the central site has a total of 12 VLANs. Similarly, the figure lists each branch as having 2 VLANs along with the same 3 WAN subnets in this inter-network requiring 21 subnets. Okay, So we have 21 subnets in this figure here. Okay. So we have 12. All right. 3 and then 6. 12, 3, and 6. Yeah. 21. Yep. Yep. So as the engineer, this is what we would be configuring here. All right. Yeah. This is a nice little figure too. I like that. Like these little torpedoes. Little submarines, yellow submarines. Must be a throwback to the Beatles here. All right. Four site internetwork with large central site. Finally, in a rail job, you would consider the need. You consider the needs today as well as more growth you expect in the internetwork over time. Any subnet plan should include a reasonable estimate of number of subnets you need for future needs. So again, thinking forward as the network developer, designer, you want to use, again, some forethought. You know what I'm saying? Again, as technology continues to change and everything else, more things are connected to the internet now. More things require an IP addresses now. You know what I'm saying? You go to a lot of these stores, you know what I'm saying, these stores these days, and they have, self-checkouts. Those self-checkouts, kiosks, those need IP addresses. The scanners, they might give you a scanner that then that scanner gives information back to, some other device that's then recording what you scanned with your scanner. So then when it's time to register, cash out all those items that you use that scanner on, obviously that data gets put into a database and then it comes out and you pay for whatever. But that scanner, those little things, those require IP addresses because they all are communicating with each other. Okay? All right. Unless they're using Bluetooth, and that's Bluetooth's a whole different thing. So, all right. Determining the number of hosts per subnet. Okay. Determining the number of hosts per subnet requires knowing a few simple concepts and then doing a lot of research and questioning. Each device that connects to a subnet needs an IP address. For a total of new networks, you can look at a business plan, number of people on the site, devices in order, devices on order, so on and so forth. To get some idea of the possible devices, when expanding on an existing network to add new sites, you can use existing sites as point of comparison. So it's just pretty much saying, if there is say there's a new branch office at that's going to be compared to a similar branch office that already existed, you would want to maybe use what that branch office is currently using as their topology, as their network design, maybe implement that similar type design onto this new branch office. All right, so you're not just taking darts and throwing darts at a dartboard and just guessing. Okay, I might need this many, or I might need this many. You know what I'm saying? You want to use examples and use some forethought and be smart about your decisions on how you're doing this. Okay. Instead of gathering data from each side, and you say, yeah. For the example, the engineer has built a diagram that shows the number of hosts per VLAN subnets in the largest branch. All right. For the other two branches, the engineer did not bother to dig to find out the number of required hosts, as long as the number of required IP address at the site B and 3 stay below the estimate 50 based on larger site B1. The engineer can plan for 50 hosts in each branch local area network. So it's just pretty much saying, okay, my largest branch only needs 50 IP addresses. So if I plan 50 IP address for the two smaller branches, I should be okay. So that's just the thought and the reasoning behind that type of design diagram, design thought. Okay. All right. One size subnet fits all or not. The final choices. The final choice of an initial planning step is to decide whether you use a simple design by using one size subnet fits all. That's what we did last night. We did the one size fits all topology. Okay. Usable IP ad. Yep. Aside to simple, a subnet design can either be one size subnets or varied size subnets with pros and cons. Okay. Defining size of a subnet. Before you finish the book, you will learn all the details on how to determine the size of a subnet. For now, you just need to know a few specific facts about the size of a subnet. Chapter 12, Analyzing Classical IPv4 Networks, and Chapter 13, Analyzing Subnet Mask, gives you a progressively deeper knowledge of the detail. The engineer assigns each subnet as a subnet mask, and that mask, along with other things, define the size of the subnet. The mask set aside a number of host bits whose purpose is to number different host IP addresses in that subnet. Because you can give 2x things with x being bits. If the mask defines H host, the subnet contains two. All right, so let me see. Yeah, so the subnet contains two host bits uniquely numeric value. However, the subnet size is not. So the subnet size is not 2h. It's 2h minus 2 because of the two numbers in the subnet are reserved for other purposes. Each subnet reserves the numeric lowest value of the subnet member and the numeric highest value as the subnet. So we have the subnet ID and the subnet broadcast address. So that's the when we go back to subnetting again. All right. So we have our range here. We have, this is our mask 245, 245, 255.0, and we have our network 116.1.100. So our subnet ID, remember? So when we have this is easy subnet though. When we have a 0. When we have an octet in our subnet mask full of binary zeros, 8 binary zeros, to find the subnet ID, that last octet in that address range becomes 0, 1, 16, 172. And then the numeric highest, what you do is this host bit, this is the host octet, you just fill that all with binary 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all right, becomes 2 for 5, all right, 1, 16, 172, all right. So these are the two addresses that will be reserved. So 172.16.1.0 and then 172.16.1.255. Okay. So subnet ID. All right, and then subnet broadcast address. Okay. All right. All right. Let's continue on. So 2H, I just want to try to get a handle on 2H. So 2H minus 2. So 2H minus 2. Where H is host bits. Okay, H is host bits, and remember, if this was our address, we would have 8 host bits, so it would be 2, 8, so it'd be 2 to the 8th power. My powers are horrible at math, just an FYI, everybody. Oh, come on, calculator. Oh boy, I had those sticky calculators in here. I love calculators, but oh whatever. Screw the calculator. Two. 256. So we would have, yeah. So we would have, so 2 to the h. So that would give us 256. So this address range would give us 256 addresses minus 2. So we would have 254 addresses. There we go. Now I'm understanding this. Okay. So 2 to the h, giving h is the host bits. If our address range was 172.16.1.0 and our host obviously was the last, it's, you know, we identified our host bits as being the very last, and there's eight binary bits in that host bits. So 2h, so 2 to the 8th power is 256 minus 2. All right, minus 2 gives us 254 addresses. Okay, because we got a minus 2 for our broadcast, for our subnet ID, and then our broadcast address. All right. So there we go. So 2h to the 2h minus 2 gives us 256 addresses minus 254 addresses. So we have 254 addresses within that range. Okay. Now, okay, these concepts are starting to come together for me now. Very good. Very good. All right. We're doing pretty good out there. We're doing pretty good. Hit it with this real quick. Whoop, whoop. All right. Where am I at? All right. So there's a nice term subnet ID, and subnet address. I'll refer to the number that represents the identifying subnet. Shows the general concept behind the three-part address of the IP address, focusing on the host part and resulting subnet size. Okay. All right. One size subnet fits all. To choose to use a single subnet size in an enterprise network, you must use the same subnet mask for all subnets, because that mask defines the subnet size in that subnet. But which mask? One requirement to consider when choosing that one mask is that one mask must provide enough host IP addresses to support the largest subnet. To do so, the number of host bits defined by the mask must be large enough. So 2h minus 2 is larger or equal to the number of host IP addresses required for the largest subnet. Okay, so remember, in this idea, so 2h representing host, we have 8 binary bits in our host, giving us a total of 256, minusing 2 of those addresses, 254. Okay. All right. For example, consider the figure. If it shows the required number of hosts per VLAN per LAN subnet, the figure ignores the subnet on the WAN links, which requires only 2 IP addresses each. The branch LAN subnet requires only 50 host addresses, but the main site local area network subnet requires 200 host addresses to accommodate the largest subnet. You need at least eight host bits. 7 host bits would not be enough because 2 to the 7th power. Just got my copy. So 2 to the 7th. So I can do it on this calculator. So 2 to the 7th power equals 128. Okay. So 128. So 2 to the 7th, okay, minus 2. All right, so we got 128 minus 2. We have 126 addresses within that range now, okay? And if our needs, if we required 200 addresses, that subnet would not suffice. We would not get enough addresses out of that range. So 2 to the 8th minus 2 would get us there with its 254 addresses, okay? Yes, we would lose 54 addresses, but it's enough to get us to where we need to be. Okay. All right. The figure ignores. To accommodate the larger size, you need at least 8 host bits. 7 host bits is not enough. 8 host bits would be enough because 2 to the 8th minus 2 is 254, which is more than enough to support 200 addresses. Cool. All right. What's the big advantage when using a single size subnet? Operational simplicity. That's it. Operational simplicity. In other words, keeping it simple. Everyone on the IT staff who has to work with the network can get used to working with one mask and one mask only. That is the topology we created yesterday. Staff members will be able to answer all subnetting questions more easily because everyone can get used to doing subnetting math with one subnet mask. Okay, cool. The big disadvantage for using a single size subnet is that it wastes IP addresses. So exactly what I was saying before in that topology we created in Packet Tracer, I wasted, and this is it right here. I wasted so many IP addresses on how I created this plan. Okay, so this is the using the one subnet size fits all idea. Okay, but what it does is it wastes thousands and thousands and thousands of actual usable possible addresses within our network. Okay. All right. The branch supports with the largest needed only 50. The WAN subnets only need 2 IP addresses, but each support 256. Again, wasted more IP addresses. The wasted IP addresses do not actually cause problems in most cases. However, most organizations use private IP networks in their enterprise internetworks in a single class A/B private network can supply plenty of IP addresses even with the waste. So all it's saying is even with the wasted, those, especially a class A network, you can divide a class A network using the / notation 24 prefix length, just like we did, and you should be fine. I mean, you'll have, plenty of addresses, even, it's just exorbitant amount of, you have an exorbitant range that you can go from. I mean, you can go from, you know what I'm saying? You can go from, you can start here, the 10.0.1.0, all right? And you can go all the way to the 10.0.1. 255.255.0. So you have a range with the, and this is with this just the slash 24 prefix length. So you have an extreme range of addresses here that you can go from. So you can start here, okay, and then you can end here, okay. So from 10.0.1 from 10.0.1 to 10.255.255, you have this many. You have this many local area networks. So you have a total of what would this give you? Man, again, horrible job. How about? So, yeah, -1. So you have a total of 509 internetworks. All right, 509 networks. All right, if I'm doing that right, and then, and I might be doing that wrong, but 509 times 254. That gives you a total of 129,286 addresses. I might be doing that wrong, but that's kind of like the thought behind it all. So you can create 509 networks, all by just using the simple /24 mask notation with the 10 network. Okay, I can create 509 networks. Okay, and then I have the ability to use 129,286 addresses. So pretty huge. You know what I'm saying? Pretty big. That's the prefix. So /24, my friend A-dubs. Show you real quick. So in a subnet map, well, in an IPv4 addresses, okay. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits. Okay, so /24, what that's saying is from here to here, this is what I'm going to identify as my network. So 8 plus 8 plus 8 equals 24. So that's how I'm coming up with my /24 prefix length subnet mask. Okay, so these 8 bits, these 24 bits are now my network. This is my network bits now. So now, no matter what, anything within this range is my constant. Remember when we were talking about constant? So because all these are full of binary ones, this identifies this as my network. And now all of these is unchangeable. Unchangeable. Can't change it. This is our network. This, on the other hand, these are the last bits, okay, of our address. This is our host network. Okay? So we got 24. That's how we come out with the 24. Okay? Anytime, my friend. Thank you again for the question. Appreciate that. All right. Let's continue on. Yeah, so we talked about using one subnet mask for an entire network. Like I said, if we use the for example the 10 network using the subnet mask 24, we get 509. We can create 509 networks, giving us 129,000 plus address ranges. Okay. All right. Now, the more feasible and uh, the more thought out network design is using multiple varying length subnet mask. Okay, varying length subnet mask. All right, and by doing this, we are conserving, and being more intelligent about how we're designing these networks. Okay. But though, this makes things very complicated. Okay, this makes things complicated because now we have to think about our address ranges. We have to really put a lot of thought so we're not making mistakes. Okay, so to create a multiple size subnet in one class A, B, or C network, the engineer must create some subnet using one mask, with some with another, and so on and so forth. Different mask means different numbers of host bits. Different number of host bits. Okay, all right. So we can take host bits away. We can take so on that. What we can do is on that 172, say we have the 172.16, okay? What we can't do is we can't take these, okay? These are predefined as that network, okay? So what we have available though to us is we have 16. We have 16 host bits available to us, okay? All right, so we have 16 host bits available to us. Now with these 16 host bits we have available to us, we can vary, okay? We can slice off different host bits and give those host bits back to the network bits, okay? So the network continues to get a little bit bigger, but our host bits continue to get a little bit smaller. But what we're doing is we're conserving down how we're addressing things, okay? All right. So let's continue on. Host bits in the different number of hosts, the same subnets. So again, for that same formula, 2 to the h identifying the host bits. All right, 2 to the h representing the host bits minus 2. So 2 to the h host bits minus 2. Okay, formula. For example, consider the requirement listed in the earlier example. It shows a local area network subnet. Excuse me. On the subnet on the left, subnet on the left, and on the left needs 200 host addresses, 3 branch subnets that need only 50, and 3 wide area links that only need 2 addresses each. All right. To meet those requirements, but to waste fewer IP addresses, 3 subnet masks could be used, creating the 3 different sizes. So what this is stating to us is we only should create a subnet that only consists of 2 IP addresses. A subnet that only consists of 2 IP addresses. Again, a subnet that only consists of 2 IP addresses. And we can manipulate those, okay? So we're not wasting a huge amount between these links because we only need 2 IP addresses within that subnet mask, okay? That's it. So once we come over to our branches here, this branch needs 50, okay? So we can create a subnet that gives it the availability for 62. All right, maxed out at 62. Same thing, okay? But over here on our big corporate enterprise, they need 200. All right, so let's give that as many hosts. Let's give that as many bits as it needs so they can get to 200. So let's give that 254. Okay, and that's the 2H host bits. 2H host bits. And to get to 200 addresses, all right, all we would have to do is give them 8 host bits. Okay, so the very last. So we give them the 24 notation. So we would give them the rest of these host bits right here. That's all they would need. Okay? That's all it's saying. All right? All right, 3 masks, 3 subnets. Yep. The smaller subnets now weighs fewer IP address compared to the design shown earlier in the figure. The subnets on the right that need 50 IP addresses have subnets with 6 host bits. So that'd be 2 to the 6th power. So 2 to the 6th. So what we're doing. Let me erase this again. Let me clean this up. So again, we'll draw out again. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So to get us to the 64, so the formula we're looking for is 2 to the 6th power minus 2. Okay. So what we would do is we would say, okay, we have our network, okay? All we would need to do is to say, let's give it only 6 host bits. So we come here, cut this portion out, okay? Let me draw that in red. You can't really, that doesn't look good in black. So we would come here, okay, so we have 8, 16, 24, okay, 24, 25, 26. So we would come over here, we would cut this portion out. So this will give us now to the /24. Hey, honey. Now our subnet, our prefix subnet mask would be /26, leaving us now, how you doing, baby? Ooh, you should have got me one too. Leaving us now, though, with 6 host bits. So 6 host bits at the very end. And that's how we get our 62 addresses, okay? Because let's do the math. So that's 2 to the H, 2 to the H. So H is host, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6 hosts. So we have 6. So 2 to the H, which equals 6. All right, 2 to the H minus 2. And we'll do it on my calculator just to verify we're doing good math here. All right. 2 to the 6th power equals 64. Now remember, we have to minus 2 for the subnet ID and the broadcast address. So minus 2. That gives us 62 addresses. 62 addresses, okay? Perfect, okay? Perfect, okay? We couldn't do 5. Now let's do 5 just to see. So we're going to say 2 to the power of 5 equals 32. So the requirement is 50. 2 to the 5th, if we were to take one more out of this equation and give that back to the network, we wouldn't be left with enough host bits. We wouldn't be left with enough host bits to get enough IP addresses for that particular requirement. So now we would have a slash notation of 26 for a subnet mask now, okay, giving us a range of 62 IP addresses for that branch. Okay? Very good. Very, very good. That's that. You know what I'm doing? I'm not gonna need Excel up tonight. So let me clear that out. Just getting away some of the programs that I'm not using anymore right now. I can keep this up. I don't want my computer. All right. One let's continue on. One mask for all subnets. The more one more or more than one. For the most part, the book. Since you're giving the host more bits, can it go over? No, nope. And so if you're familiar with binary, now remember this is IPv. We're in IPv4, so we're only using. There's only 8 binary bits in each octet, and we're only given 1, 2, 3, 4 octets, giving us a total of 32 bits in an IPv4 address. So you can only have 255 because 8 binary ones only equals 255. You cannot go over 255. It does not exist. It does not exist in IPv4, okay? You can't go 256. 256 doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, all right? 280 does not exist in IPv4. It doesn't exist. It only has 8 binary bits. So if you go on a binary calculator and you do 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, here, I'll show you. Let's get my calculator back up. Great question, by the way. Let's go over there. Let's change this to, I believe, programming. Yes, there it is. All right. So we're on. Yep. Decimal. So 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh wait. I gotta be over in binary. Hold on. Let me clear this out. So 1, 1, 1, 1. All right. All right. 1, 1, 1, 1. So 8 binary bits and decimal equals 255. Okay. So you cannot, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 binary bits equals 255. That's it. That's as high as it can go, right there. So that is the complete range of a IPv4 address is 255. Can't go any higher than that, no matter what. IPv6 is different. IPv6 is, we're going to get into the realm of hexadecimal, okay? And we have more ranges in hexadecimal. So why does subtracting from the 4th octet and giving it to the 3rd octet matter? Because what we're doing is, so let me erase this. Okay. So I'm going to keep all of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4 octets, okay? So separation here. Okay, perfect. So here's our address, 172. Period. That's in the 1st octet. 16, 2nd octet. We'll say 1. 3rd octet. Right here. 3rd octet. So 3rd octet. Now what we have is we're not giving anything to the 3rd octet. What we're doing is we're saying that this portion right here is going to be part of that network. Okay, so in somewhere in this, and we'll just give it a number of 10. So we're gonna give it a number of 10. Okay, so somewhere in decimal 10, there lives that network. So let's look up what decimal 10 looks like in decimal. So let's put 10. Let's put 10 in. What does that look like so let's actually write this whole entire address out for our sake. All right. So let's go to decimal 172. Let's go here. So 172. So 10101100. Perfect. That's it. So that stays there. Well, what's 16? So 16. So this is 16. Ready? 1 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 16. That's done. Still network. Okay. Now decimal 1 is 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1. Okay. That's still. We can't change this. This is unchangeable. Now we're going to go into 10. Now what is decimal? What's decimal 10? All right. Decimal 10 is, ready? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay. So what we're going to do is, so we've taken 1, 2 away. So these two zeros right here, okay, are part of this network. Okay. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, this is host. Okay? But this, though, is all network. All right? So the first two octets in decimal 10 of that address, these two octets, all right, these two decimals are going to fall into this network range. All right? But everything, though, after that is host. So this is host. All right. So that's what this subnet mask is doing. Okay. It's slicing part of this addressing and giving that back to the network. Okay. And now everything after that, though, we'll be able to address this range out. All right. So we cannot, after that, those two zeros, we're not going to be able to manipulate those two zeros in this entire network. All right. So after that, we can manipulate the 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. We can manipulate these all day long. But these two zeros, these are now going to be the constant. So those two zeros will follow us all the way down our address range. We can't do nothing about it now. That's what we're doing. So again, all these binary bits in this network are going to be the constant, including those two bits. Those two bits right there will be unchangeable throughout the whole entire network. And that's why you get into the varying length subnets. Okay? CompTIA. That's another one I'm gonna be that'll be another cert that I'll be going after shortly after this, too, just to slap it on my resume too. But yeah, so if you can understand, if you can get back into that logical thinking, that's all that it's doing is it's saying in binary bits that's unchangeable now. Cannot touch that anymore. But anything though over here, we can manipulate this. We can manipulate that. But now we're left with only 6. We're only left with 6 bits now. 6 bits. And we can only go up. So 6 bits. So if we go to let's go to binary now. Let's clear this out. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. It's 63. So now our address range for the 172, so the 172.1, so now, again, so we can only go 172.16.1, and now the highest we can go up to is 63. That's it. That's it. That's it. Done. Because we can only manipulate these 6 bits now. All right? So we can only go all the way to 63. We can't go to
250, we can't go to 255 now, because we don't have 8 binary bits. The highest we can go to is 63, because we only have those 6 binary bits to manipulate now. I forgot that IBM is. Yeah, so it's decimal to binary, exactly. So you just once you go back and forth with just doing those conversions, that's when you can start making it make sense. Once, and I haven't spent too much time in IPv6 yet, just because, boy, that's a whole another bag of headaches, trying to figure out IPv6. I've just started, wrapping my head around IPv4. So I can't wait. We're gonna get into IPv6 as we continue on our studies, and that's gonna be a bear all on its own. I promise you. IPv6 is it's out there. All right, more coffee. Coffee. Oh, you guys got my awesome message again. You guys are all awesome. I love all you guys. And thank you, A-Dubs, man. I appreciate, dude. Keep on keeping on, my brother. Keep giving me these good questions. Yeah, I can tell you what, you come up with some really good questions for me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here too. All right. Let's continue on. All right. For the most part, yep. However, you still need to be. Let's just read that comment one more time. For the most part, the book explains subnetting uses designs that use a simple subnet mask, creating single subnet size for all subnets. Why? First, it makes the process of learning subnetting easier. Second, some types of analysis that you can do about a network, specifically calculating the number of subnets in the classical network, only makes sense when using a single subnet size. Whatever. However, you need to be ready to work with the design that uses more than one mask in different subnets, as of the class A, B, or C network. In fact, the design that does just that is said by using variable length subnet mask. So VLSM, variable length subnet mask. Okay, VLSM, variable length subnet mask. Okay, plant that in my brain. For example, the internetwork in the figure shows 11 subnets, 2 with subnet mask -30. Okay, so -30, we're slicing even more away. We're taking more away from the host. So again, the host is continuously getting, as we're subdividing, we're moving away from those host bits. That network, though, is continuously getting larger. The network bits are getting larger. The host bits are getting smaller. Okay, that's what we're doing when we're subdividing. All right. Yep. All right, so here we go. So again, here's another great example. With here's a /30. All right, /30, and we can we'll draw that up again, so you can see this figuratively. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So now we've taken 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. All right. So now this is all going to be network. All right. So all network. So this is /30 network now. All right. Leaving us only with 2 bits behind. All right. And the address range is, what is it? 10.1.4.0. All right. So, and the other one is 10.1.6.0. Okay. So let's take a look at what we got. over here for IP addresses for this range that we got. Oh, nope. So we'll go back to binary. We've only got 2 bits that we can play with. All right. So all we've got is this range right here. So we can only go from pretty much 10.1.4.1, all right, to 10.1.4.3. Same thing here. We can go from 10.1.6.1 to 10.1.6.3. That's it. This is our address range right there. All right, with a /30. With a /30 subnet mask, we can go from 10.1.4.1 to 10.1.4.3. And then on that other link, we have 10.1. We have this with the /30. All right, and that only gets us to 10.1.6.1 to 10.1.6.3. That's it, because we're only left with these two binary bits that we can manipulate. We cannot manipulate anything else. So that's how we're conserving. That's how we're going to conserve our address ranges. All right, by utilizing varying length subnet mask, so we can chop up this network in smaller bits. So we're conserving more and more. Oh, this is what it's all about. I tell you, again, this is a study, so I do best at absorbing information by continuously going over and over and over and over again. You know, I don't know. I'm a very physical and animated person, as you can probably tell by now. But if you weren't asking me these questions to go over in this again, that would actually take away from me learning this more and more and more, because I have to make sure, I have to think in my mind, I want to give you that right answer. So by you asking me that question, it's helping me with this study. And that's what this stream's about, A-dubs. And that's what I'm hoping comes across with this stream is not only am I trying to share this with everybody, but this is a learning process for me too as well. And again, by you and everybody else that's bringing these questions to the table here, it's helping me continuing to get better. So again, I'm not CCNA certified yet, but this is the road to being CCNA certified. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. And you know what? I tell you, you have great questions. You know, because I mean, I've gotten people in here before asking me all kinds of crazy things about pen testing, about this, about that, totally off subject of what this pertains to. But you, though, every time you've jumped in the stream, you only ask me questions pertaining about what we're actually having the conversation about. So again, I respect you 110% because you're pertaining to what we're talking about here. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. All right. Let's continue on. All right. For the CCNA 200-301 OZAM, using variable length subnet mask causes no issues. Okay, for the current CCNA, using the variable length subnet mask causes no issues, although it does cause problems with older routing protocols. The only routing protocol included in the CCNA blueprint is OSPF. OSPF, I love OSPF. It's super easy for me to understand. I haven't dived into the lower level of understanding OSPF. My understanding of OSPF is still pretty high level up here. You know, when I say high level, high level, I'm meaning like I'm in the observing phase, like I'm looking down. Low level understanding would be I'm in the nitty gritties of understanding every single thing of whatever it is. So when I say high level, that means observing. Low level, nitty gritty understanding, really knowing it. So that's if you ever hear me say high and low, that's how I represent that. All right. Note, variable length subnet mask has been featured in the CCNA exam topic in the past. If you want to read a little bit more about the variable length subnet mask, I've viewed the okay, cool. Make design choices. Now that you know how to analyze IP addresses and subnetting needs, the next major steps examine how to apply the rules of IP address and subnetting to those needs and make some choices. In other words, now that you know how many subnets you need and how many hosts addresses you need in the larger subnet, how do you create a useful subnet design to meet those requirements? The short answer is that you need 3 tasks to show. Okay, so choose a network, choose a mask, list all subnets. Okay, so choose a network, choose a mask, list all subnets. Okay, cool. All right. Choose a classable network. In the original design, for what we know of today as the internet, companies use registered public classable IP networks. So that's in the range. That's in the range. So a Class A range is 0.0.0.0 to 127.252525. So that's Class A. That's a Class A classable range. All right. And then Class B is 128.0.0.0 to 191.252525. Class C, 192.0.0 to 123. It gets then there's in those ranges though. There are addresses that you cannot use that are reserved and everything else. That gets into the RFC 1918 and so on and so forth. Actually, I made a IPv4. It's not an IPv4 calculator per se. It's an IPv4 info finder in Python. I wrote it in the beginning of my when I was learning how to code Python, and it actually works pretty well. It's up on my GitHub. Again, here soon I will have my GitHub and my Discord integrated with this stream more and more. Like I said, I've been working on my Discord page. I really want to make sure my Discord server is is set up good, has rules applied to it, has some bots and everything that will be able to, people will be able to get the information that they need, share the information that they want to share, have fun, have good conversations. But when people are not so respectful, boot people that don't belong on that server. So that's why I've been trying to spend as much time developing that server before I allow anybody on it, because I want to make sure it's going to fit the image of what I'm trying to represent with all this and stuff like that. And again, my GitHub, there's not much on my GitHub right now, but again, I will be integrating more on my GitHub again as we get into our DevNet exams and everything else with Python, with Ansible and stuff like that. I'm gonna make sure that, as we're studying, that everything that I'm producing code-wise will be, blasted right on, through GitHub and everything else, so everybody else can get a chance to take a look at the code, do whatever you want with the code that we'll create during the classes, during the streams and everything else. So that will be coming as well. Okay, so public IP networks. The original design of the internet required that any company that connected to the internet had to use a registered public IP network. To do so, the company would complete some paperwork describing the enterprise internetwork and the number of hosts existing, plus a plan for growth. After submitting the paperwork, the company would receive an assignment of a Class A, B, or C network. So, yep. A public IP networks in the administrative process surrounded them ensured that all companies that connected to the internet had a unique IP addressing. In particular, after the public IP networks is assigned to the company, only that company should use the addresses in that network. That guaranteed uniqueness means that the internet routing can work well because of no duplicate IP addresses. Okay, I mean that was the forethought and the principle behind that the original assignment by the IEEE. For example, consider the example shown in the figure. Company 1 has been assigned a public Class A network of 1.0.0.0 and the company 2 has been assigned a public Class A network of 2.0.0. Per the original intent of the public addressing in the internet, after the public network assignment had been has been made, no other companies can use the Class A network 1.0.0 or the 2.0.0. So it pretty much what the original thought was every company, every establishment should have their own unique public address, not private, public. There's a difference between public and private, okay? All right. So, went too far. Two companies with unique public IP networks. The original address and assignment process ensured unique IP across the entire planet. The idea is much like the fact that telephone number should be unique in the universe. Your postal code should be unique. Okay, and your email address should be unique. If someone calls you, your phone rings, but nobody else should have that same phone number. So when I call 555, and I'm talking to Bob Larry, I don't get Johnny Smith picking up his phone too, and I'm talking to two people at the same time, and they don't know what's going on. All right. Similarly, in the company 1 is assigned the Class A network 1.0.0.0, and the engineer at the company 1 assigns the address 1.1.1 to a particular PC. The address should be unique in the universe. A packet sent through the internet destination 1.1.1 should only arrive at the PC inside the company instead of being delivered to some other host. So that was the original design. They didn't think back then. I guess they didn't. I guess they could have never forethought the expansion of how far the internet came, and that's why when it was first created, every host inside of a company. So it's like take your home PC, okay? Back then, your home PC would have an actual publicly routable IP address assigned to your home PC. Today, that's not the case, okay? Because now we have private IP addresses, okay? I have, I could have the 192.168.1.105, and you can have the address of 192.1.105 on your, we could both have that same address on our cell phones or on our PCs, but somehow we can both communicate out to the internet, and I'm not getting your packets, and you're not getting my packets. That's because of RFC 18 broke off addresses and say, okay, these are going to be private, all right? But your router, and that's where NAT comes into, network address translation, your router in your home has a public IP address, okay? That's been assigned by the ISP. Your ISP, whether it be Comcast, Verizon, Dish Network, today there's probably a couple other ones that I can't even name anymore. But they now own those public IP addresses, okay? They own those public IP addresses. Now, if you go on your PC and you go to Google and say, what's my IP address? You're going to get a different IP address than if you actually go to, like, say, your settings and you look on your PC or on your phone and you say, why is my address saying 192.168.1.105 when I go on Google and I say, what's my IP address? And it gives me, 1.1.1.5. That's because that's what your ISP owns. Your ISP owns that public routable address, okay? And inside of your home router, it's doing NAT and it's doing DHCP. So DHCP is giving you an allocated address, a private allocated dynamic address to your devices in your home, but it's also, your router is also performing NAT. It's taking that private address and saying, okay,
it's going to add it adds a suffix. I don't again. I know how to configure NAT. I just again my level of NAT is similar to DHCP where I can configure it and I understand it, but I'm not in the low level of understanding yet. So it adds some kind of like a tag or a suffix to that packet, but then it then turns that packet. It gives it that packet the public facing IPv4 address, so it can be routable out to the internet. And then when it comes back, it still has that tag on it representing the device in which it originated from. So now it knows that packet when it comes back in to say, okay, that packet originated from PC1. Okay, now let's route that packet back to PC1 so it could receive the web page or whatever else that it needed. All right. So let's continue on. Growth and exhaust of the public IP address space. By the early 90s, the world was running out of public IP networks that could be assigned. During most of the 90s, the number of hosts newly connected to the internet was growing at a double-digit pace per month. Companies kept following the rules, asking for IP networks, public IP networks, and it was clear that the current address assignment scheme could not continue without some change. Simply put, the number of Class A, B, and C networks supported by the 32-bit, remember 32 bits, 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 gives us 32 bits, okay? IP in the IP address in the IPv4, okay, was not enough to support one public classful network per organization, while also providing enough IP addresses in each company. Okay, so again, by the early 90s, the internet was starting to face a crisis. We were running out of addresses. We can't. How are we gonna figure this out when everybody's home PCs are becoming more and more popular? I'm a child of the 80s. You know what I'm saying? I guess I can say. Let me see. It was about like 95 when we got our first home computer and we got onto AOL and everything else like that. But at that time, that's when this crisis started to hit, where you would use your old phone, you would plug in your phone to your modem, and then beep beep boop, you get that crazy signal. But that's during the time of what these crises started to happen. So all right, let's continue on. All right. Note, the universe has run out of public IPv addresses in a couple of significant ways. The IANA, which assigns, let me take everything back about the IEEE. It's the IANA, all right? The IANA is the ones that assign, which assigns public IPv address ranges, all right? To the 5 region internet registries, the RIR, around the globe, assigned the last IPv4 address space in the early 2011. So in early 2011, was assigned the last IPv4, and by 2015, the ARIN, the RIR for North America exhausted its supply of the IPv4 addressing. So companies must return unused IPv4 addresses to the ARIN before they have more to assign to new companies. Try an online search for the IRA depletion to see the page about the current status available of the IPv4 address ranges. So, like that states, they ran out by 2011. It was done. 2015, the United States gave out its last IPv4 address, and that's it. There's no more. It's a wrap. I mean, there's probably some, and like I said, I guess companies are giving them back now or whatever. But that was the birth. This was the birth of IPv6. Okay. They had to figure out a way. We have to create something new to get more addresses, okay? And IPv6, they're probably going to say in a second, I mean, the amount of addresses is
it's unbelievable how many addresses we can get out of it. So out of an IPv4, what is it? Four. So we can get 4,294,900,067 296 addresses out of a 32-bit IPv4 address. So that's 4,294,967,296 addresses. Okay, so about 4.25 billion addresses we can get out of a 32-bit address range. Let me excuse myself for 1 second. I could use it to the bathroom. Hold on. I'm back. All right. All right. Let's continue on. So key topic: a new version of IP version 6, with a much larger address. All right. So that's 128. So we went from 32 bits in IPv4 to 128 bits in IPv6. Okay. So extended it out a lot, and I mean a lot. Assigning a subnet of public IP networks to each company instead of an entire public IP network to reduce waste, using a feature called classless interdomain routing. All right, CIDR, classless interdomain routing. Network address translation. So NAT, very important thing. NAT is very important thing. Network address translation, NAT, which allows to use private IP networks. These three solutions mattered to real. These three solutions matter to real networks today. However, to stay focused on the topic of subnet design, this chapter focuses on a third option, in particular the private IP networks that can be used by an enterprise when only using NAT. Beware that Chapter 10 network address translation in the CCNA 200-300 Cert Guide Volume 2 gives more detail about the last two bullets in the list. While part all right, so when we get to the next book, we're gonna dive deeper into NAT, and that will hopefully bring my understanding down a couple of notches. So, focusing on third item in the bullet, this NAT allows multiple companies to use the exact same private IP network using the same IP addresses as other companies while still connecting to the internet. Okay, and the figure shows the same two companies connecting to the internet as in the figure. All right, but now with using the same Class A network, the 10 dot. So, company 1, their enterprise can be using the 10 dot whatever network. Company 2 can be using the 10 dot whatever network. That's why you at home, you have the 192.168 dot whatever network in your home. And I have the 192.168 dot whatever in my home, because that is what NAT enables us to do. We can use private addresses, but we can still get out to the internet by using NAT, network address translation, because of our routers are doing that. It's translating that private address to a public address, publicly routable address, so we can still get out to the internet. But we're only using one public address. We only have one assigned public address. It's ours. That's it. One. All right. Yep. Both companies can implement their subnet design and turn their respective enterprise into networks without discussing their plans. The two companies can even use the exact same IP address plans inside of the networks. And amazingly, at the same time, both companies can even communicate with each other over the internet. Cool. The technology called NAT, Network Address Translation, makes it possible for companies to reuse the same IP networks, as shown in the figure. NAT does this by translating the IP address inside of the packets as though they came from the enterprise to the internet using a small number of public IP addresses to support tens of thousands of private IP addresses to one. That one bit of information is not enough to understand how NAT works. However, to keep focus on subnetting, this book defers the discussion of how NAT works until we get into the next volume. But now, accept that most companies use NAT, and therefore they can use private IP in their internet networks. So everything, for the most part, every router these days is using NAT. The gateway has the public address and the route is to our private. Yep. Yeah. So again, to kind of just illustrate that, and exactly. So your router, your home router, okay. We'll say this interface is what's going to you. This is your PC that you're on right here. And again, you might have the 192.168. Whatever. But on this interface right here, all right, that's going out to the internet, Google, whatever, Amazon, whatever. This interface right here, the edge, this is the edge. This is what has that public IP address on it. Okay? All right? So if you Google, like I said, if you Google your IP address, you're going to come up, with maybe something totally different than what your actual PC has, okay? Because it's performing NAT, okay? So this would be the NAT outside. All right? NAT outside. This would be the NAT inside. All right? So NAT outside, NAT inside. Pretty much something like that. Yep. So when using NAT, who do we get? Oh, Michael Jones, thank you for the follow. Michael Jones, thank you for the follow. Woo, 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 woo. Hope you're enjoying the content, my friend. All right, let's continue on. All right. Private IP networks. When using NAT, in almost every organization that connects to the internet uses NAT. Yep. The company can simply pick one or more private IP networks from the list reserved from the private IP network numbers. RFC 1918. Again, there's that one. RFC 1918. Okay, defines the list of available private IP networks, which is summarized. Okay, so. If you remember early in the stream, I gave you that ranges here. So this is, remember, private IP network. So the 10.0 networks, okay, number of networks, one. The class B, 172.116, all right, 2, 172.31, all right. Now, here we go. It's the most commonly to most households. So we have the 192.168.0 through whatever to the 192.116.245, okay. So these are our ranges right here for our private IP networks, okay? All right. According to the more informal survey, all right. So, from the perspective of making IP work for the entire world, private IP networks have helped preserve and extend IPv4. It is used in every enterprise throughout the internet, and particularly private networks have improved IPv4 implementation worldwide. I would say so. All right. Key topics: avoid using other organizations' public address ranges for private networks. So some organizations have parts of their networks that need zeros, that need zero internet access. Those hosts in that part of the network need IP addresses. RFC 18 suggests that truly private networks, that is networks with no need to internet connectivity, use addresses from the RFC 1918 listed. So that whole thing is, it's still stating that even if you don't want any internet connectivity. What up, man? Yes, this is great. Please continue producing more content. You got it, Mike Jones. This is not going to stop, my friend. And thank you very much for that follow. Thank you and for joining us. And yeah, again, like I've said, like I'll keep, saying is this is part of my journey, and I'm hoping again, you guys by joining in on this, you guys are part of my journey to understand this better, okay? And again, I hope I don't come off as an expert or nothing like that. I am learning this, and I'm learning this with you all. So I'm going to continue to bring this great content, and thank you very much. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I do my best to try to make it good and understandable. So, thank you. All right, avoiding. So to get back to that topic, what RFC 1918 is still stating is even if you have zero, you're going to have zero internet connectivity on a particular segment of your network. You should still be using that private IP address range. You should still be using that private IP address range for communication within that network. Even if that network's not going to be talking to the internet, you should still be using that for that connectivity between those other devices, okay? All right, avoiding delay, IPv4 address exhaustion, to delay the day in which all IPv4 addresses were assigned the organization. RS 1918 calls for the use of NAT along with private IP addresses in the internal organization. Yep, we've talked about that. Reducing internet router and route table sizes. Using private networks also helps reduce the size of the IP routing tables to the internet. For instance, routers in the internet do not need routes for private IP networks used inside of organizations. In fact, ISPs filter those routes. Cool. All right. Choosing an IP network during the design phase. All right. So what do we got? We got some time left. All right. Today, some organizations use private IP networks along with NAT. For some use public IP networks. For most new enterprises, internetworks use private IP addresses throughout the network along with NAT as part of the connection to the internet. Those organizations that already have registered public IP networks often obtained before the addressing started running short in the early 90s, can continue to use those public addresses throughout their enterprise networks. After the choice to use private IP networks has been made, just pick one that has enough IP addresses so you can have a small internetwork and use some still choice in the use of the private Class A networks, 10 dot whatever. It might seem wasteful to choose a Class A network that has over 16 million IP addresses, especially if you need only 100. However, there are no penalties or problems with using a private network that has too many. That's too large for your current or future needs. So all that's stating is it doesn't matter when you're choosing a private IP address to use in your design. You're not going to get dinged for using the largest, the 10 dot network, the largest private address range you can use. In my opinion, that 10 dot network actually makes things simpler, and you have more leeway when creating a network design based off of the Class A network. Okay, That's all on you. You choose to design that. You don't have to choose the Class B or the Class C. All right. You know, in my opinion, go with the Class A. Why not give yourself all the addresses that you'll ever possibly need? Again, that way you can design a simple network scheme that I have here. You know what I'm saying? That uses one subnet mask throughout the entire network. And it doesn't matter if you're wasting, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of addresses. It doesn't matter. You might not care. You know, you might just want things to be easy and simple to think about. Okay, well, then go ahead. Use the 10-dot network. Nobody's going to beat you up for it, you know. And at the end of the day, it's going to make your job as the engineer easier, and it's going to make everybody else, at least it's going to help everybody else understand what the network is and how it's designed and everything else. And if you ever have to change it, go ahead, you can change it. But there you go. All right. For the purposes of this book, most example use private IP network numbers. For the design step, to choose a network number, just choose a private class A, B, or C network from the list of the RFC 1918 private networks. Regardless, from the math and the concept perspective, the method to subnet a public IP network versus private IP network are the same. So it's the same. All right, it's the same. The concept with IPv4 is still the same. You cannot get away from the fact that you have 32 bits. You have 4 octets with 8 binary bits each one. No matter if it's private or if it's public, it's the same thing. So the concept behind subnetting that will be the same exact concept for the private sector and for the public sector, because it's the same thing. You cannot change the fact that you have only 32 bits to subdivide from that. Okay? All right. Choose the mask. If a design engineer followed the topic in the chapter so far, in order he would know the following: the number of subnets required, the number of host bits, subnets required. The choice was made to use only one mask for all subnets, so that all subnets are the same size. So that goes back to the one subnet size fits all. Okay, again, simple and easy. The classful IP network number that will be subnetted. Okay, all right. This section completes the design process, at least part describing in this chapter, by discussing how to choose that one mask for all subnets. First, this section examines default mask used when a network is not subnetting. As a point of comparison, next, the concept of borrowing host bits to create subnets bits is explored. Finally, the section ends with an example of how to create a subnet mask based on the analysis of the requirements. What time is it now? How much more do we have left? I'm just asking what time it is just because I got to get ready for work. Oh, we got a lot to go through too. We have got a lot to go through. Holy moly. See, this is why I really needed to go back to this chapter. Because there is so much in this chapter that needs to be explored. What I need to do is I need to highlight here. All right. I'm going to need to highlight here, guys. It's about 9 o'clock my time. And I need to get ready because I need to get to work by 9:30. So I'm kind of on a crunch. What we will do is
what we will do. So now I got to make this up. All right. We've only got about a quarter left to this. So what we will do is tomorrow we'll finish up this chapter. Okay. Let's take a look at let's take a look at 12. So that's analyzing classical IPv networks. All right. So it looks like chapter 12 is going to pick up right where we're going to be left off in chapter 11. So what we will do tomorrow. Hey man, hey Dubs man, thank you for being here the entire time. I appreciate that. And you know, like I said, your questions, your comments are all great, super useful. Keep on continuing on to give me those questions, bring those questions to the table, because like I said earlier, you're keeping your questions and pertaining to what we're talking about, the discussion on what it is, and I respect that 110%. I respect your time, and Mike Jones, I respect your time. Anybody who else is on the stream, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. So again, to give you kind of like a breakdown, we'll pick up where we left off on this chapter. We'll finish the chapter first, okay? We'll finish chapter 11 first. We'll get back onto the testing software. We'll get into the variable length subnetting type things where we kind of broke down the addressing and how to come up with the subnet ID, the broadcast address, the first and last addresses there. We'll do that. And yeah, so that'll be tomorrow. Because again, I have to spend a lot of time on subnetting just because it's going to take, it needs to be done for us to understand the concepts correctly. Because again, this is a concept that we need to be able to just boom when we get to the actual exam. So I don't want to be wasting time on subnetting, because we're going to get into there's going to be other topics that are going to require more time for me to think about when I take this exam. So, yeah, let me get over to my other screen so I can bid you guys all a good farewell and a good night. Get my mouse here. I hope you guys got a kick out of my little. Did I mute him? Yeah, he's muted. You gotta stay muted, Santa. He gives a little jingle when he flies by. Jingle, 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 jingle. I created that in After Effects right before the stream. So, again, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow, 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So whatever that breaks out to you guys is Eastern Standard Time. Obviously, if you followed, you'll get the notification. You guys can always catch these streams again on Twitch, but you can also they get uploaded right to YouTube as well, guys. So if there's ever a chance that you want to get these on YouTube, these are directly uploaded to YouTube as well at the same exact time. And I always give some funny kind of thumbnail to these things. Hey, Mike Jones, man, yeah, glad I found you. Looking forward to the future of the streams. Yeah, most definitely. Thank you for coming, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate that 110%. So, I muted it, right? I muted that crazy Santa. Yeah, I muted crazy Santa. So, thank you very much. I love every single one of you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Be safe, and I'll see you guys on the next stream. Mwah!